Hello, hello. Okay. Wow. So much happening. Hello, Krill. And Mr. UFO guy. Um, let's see. There's these pictures here are the bottom the left side is the sun taken from I think the SOHO satellite, NASA's SOHO satellite that is trained on the sun 24/7. Been for a lot of years with its different cameras on it. And it's showing a hole in the sun. It wasn't the first time that we saw a hole in the sun. It's happened a number of times, and it's more than one actually. You can see the way it's um, and the picture above the one that shows the cavern and on the yellow one, or I guess yellow orange ish, is the same. Well, no, it's another event that happened on the sun that shows this. Now, the black dot in the middle, for people that don't know how this works, is it's the way that NASA has their satellite cameras set up to where they project a black disc in front of the camera a certain distance so that whatever altitude they're at going around the sun is blocking out the core of the sun so you can see the corona. And because of that, that object to the bottom right of the top left picture is like a circular object, like a donut, and it's got a straight edge on it on one side. And you can see that there's a reflection off of it from the sun, which is interesting. That makes it look like it is actually a physical object. And then there's some flares happening as well at that time. Now, whether the sun is making that happen or if it's a computer system that's associated with the sun from a next level spacecraft that's generating that, it's common for there to be things seen in the sun's corona that are very unusual, like the other one that we talked about before in a live stream, that it was a square shape that that secure team was posting. Tyler from the secure team was posting, and as he has posted many things that I've observed that are possibilities as being signs of the, so to speak, like Jesus said, signs in the sun and the moon and the stars, where stars seem to me to also include planets and moons and things. Well, sun, moon, and stars, yeah. So just the planets in that regard. But I'm not saying everything we see is next level generated. But when it's in the sun, it's not. Obviously, it's not. There are space aliens that do things. They can make holograms. So now, I don't know how far away they can go from the Earth, because Doe said they can just travel in the near space around the Earth. So, or humans can be doing things, of course, with CGI and whatever technologies they have. And I know some people say that they have had anti-gravity for a long time, and I believe it's true because they got it, because they figured it out from having space alien ships, spacecrafts given to them. According to Doe, they did some of that. They made deals with them. The space aliens did with the humans, and but those said that they don't follow through on their deals necessarily, and so because they don't have to, because the humans don't have that technology that they have, except in the forms that they provided it. So it's a limited form of technology for the humans. And that's why I believe they wanted to go to the moon and Mars, like George W. Bush said, to hopefully find an element, a resource that would boggle the mind, which seemed to be related to what Bob Lazar found as a new form of electromagnetic radiation in the elements that he found when he took apart a spacecraft engine that was either one of the ones that was one of the ones that the Next Level used to crash on Earth to as a way to give evidence, according to Tiendo, of the Next Level's reality, and to show them specimens of biological vehicles, bodies that are so different from those on Earth that it's hard to imagine that they're not coming from outer space with all that evidence. And of course, that's because they do come from outer space, and so they carry that mind with them, actually. So when there's a crash on Earth, it doesn't just mean that there's evidence in the aluminum foil-like material that was left behind, that could withstand fire, and hitting with a sledgehammer, it didn't break or bend or anything, or maybe it bent, but it went back to its shape or something, things like that, properties like that. Now, those, I'm not saying the space aliens don't have those same kind of spacecrafts that have those kind of properties, because Doe indicated that they have primitive spacecrafts, but compared to the Next Level. And so the Next Level, I don't know if the Next Level used primitive spacecrafts to do the crashes. It would make sense to me that that was likely. And Doe may have indicated that, but I don't remember that clearly. I'm always going to try to tell you where I'm getting my information. Like, Bob Lazar and George W. Bush, these examples that have happened in the world in the last 20 years, especially. Actually more than that, the last 22 years, no, more than that, since 1997. I mean, actually, it's since the 90s that there's been an escalation, like, of near-miss asteroids, and then 2013 they really took off. Every year we had at least one near-miss asteroid. That, when I say near-miss, I'm talking about if you follow the asteroid material, like on NASA, on the spaceweather.com, then you'll see that the near-miss asteroids, they're tracking them, and they show you the ones that are within the orbit of the moon. Now, in astrological terms, that's like on the doorstep. That's on the doorstep of the house. And it just takes a little bit of change in them to make them, to where they could hit. So I believe the Next Level is regulating all of that. That's my opinion on that. I didn't get that from Tiendo, so that I'm aware of. Although they said that one of the laboratories in the Next Level on their spacecrafts that can be as big as planets, where they can have a fully functioning Earth lab inside and whatever. They also have spacecrafts that are the weather laboratories. And that's why I know that the humans aren't doing much at all to contribute to climate changes, and especially not global warming. And they changed that terminology from global warming because they were having record cold in some of the Sierra Nevadas and stuff like that a few years back. And so people were saying, well, if it's a gradual increase, then shouldn't we see a continued gradual increase? So that, yes, we have, and there's no doubt about that. But Next Level has a way of allowing people to believe that this isn't happening because of the Next Level, and so they allow us to become rotten or become good, like in terms of like fruit, okay, which was the analogy that was used. And fruit provides service to the master. In our case, the masters were with us for about 25 years in the names of T and Do. And before that, they had the names Bo and Peep. But T was Peep and Do was Bo. And they had other names. There were silly names like Guinea and Pig, and I don't know if they used Mutt and Jeff one time. I'm not positive about that. But they felt like they were guinea pigs, but they were willing guinea pigs. They wanted to be guinea pigs. They were honored to be guinea pigs. I mean, to say the least, because they knew who they were working for. And that's one of the big chunks of information they got in 1973, around January to February of 1973. That clarified. They were getting chunks of information all along from when they met in approximately March or April of 1972 in the Corpus Christi, Houston area. Where both of them went, high school, I believe, at one point, about 5 years apart in the vehicle's age, or maybe it was 4 years apart. 1927 for T's vehicle and 1931 for Do's vehicle. So, all throughout their material, everything they did, you will see spotted ways of looking at what they said and did in a way that gives us the ammunition, if we want to use it like that, to not believe that they are who they say they are. And I've talked about that in many different ways, like even on the document UFO Missionaries. That's the book that Brad Steiger and Hayden Hughes wrote, that has interviews of it, of T and Do's interviews, that are very, 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 very interesting and challenging too, to take in, because they wrote some statements in there and that really outline, the seven closenesses, which were Adam, Enoch, Moses, Elijah, Jesus, T and Do, and then Do is the seventh closeness in the 90s. Well, that's not. He started off the seventh closeness by in the 90s, I believe. Now I can't say this from that document. Well, I can maybe. Because they said Jesus was coming back in the seventh closeness. So Do started that by coming back as the same individual who was the soul that was using the vehicle that was named Jesus. So it wasn't Jesus coming back. It was the vehicle. Jesus wasn't coming back. During the beginning of the seventh closeness. Whether he comes back with that same vehicle that he took with him 2,000 years ago is irrelevant, because he's not going to, according to Do, he's not going to be showing his scars. And he's not going to also be coming with long hair and flowing robes and hovering over the earth with his body, so that you can see this image of Jesus. If that happens, it's a hologram or made by the humans or the space aliens, Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, with their elementary primitive spacecrafts and their human equivalent vibrations and beliefs and but they have a mix because they have next level. See, the individuals that get next level souls that are planted as seeds, but that grow to having some service to the next level, like on a spacecraft, like was said about in the records about the ones that Enoch talked about as the Watchers, and the ones that Genesis 6 talks about as the sons of God that mated with they came into the daughters of humans, daughters of Homo sapiens, the daughters of men, and that produced the giants, the Nephilim, right? And which Nephilim is a word for giant, but it also is a word for mighty ones. And because they were teaching them things, it doesn't mean that they were necessarily that much taller. They could have been. It could have been both, or maybe their offspring were taller. But the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, their vehicles, I believe, were next level grown vehicles. Cousteau said that they didn't last. They lasted a lot longer than human vehicles do now, especially, of course. But he didn't say how much longer. So that kind of like puts a verification on the stories in Genesis of people living to 900 years and 800, 700, 600. It seemed to be reducing until it got to the place to where the next level decided that they wanted to start from scratch to some degree, and then after that they said, okay, well, you're going to have about 120 years, for your lifespan. And that didn't mean that everybody was going to live to 120 years. Some people would have that interpretation probably, because they don't know the next level doesn't, they don't work with those kind of absolutes necessarily. I mean, they can. So you see, if I said that they don't, I'd be wrong, because we don't know what the next level will do. We can't perceive of when they will make exceptions to things, but in general, from the evidence from T and Do's teachings, they don't lock in on specific numbers of dates, and they do in some ways. Like T talked about how there was more growth, more lessons coming during the solstices. Every 20th or so of the month, the 20th, 21st, 22nd, 23rd, whatever it is for that month in the calendar year. And so, but that's an example of how the next level's time frame is in events, not with clocks. And so, in a sense, their clocks are the things they put in motion that are in orbit around the Earth, like the moon, of course, and that's what they were teaching in the Old Testament, to have your festivals during certain times of those events in the heavens. See, the next level is always providing us with the overview. Like for instance, Moses taught that the object was to give all your love, all your heart, all your mind, your soul, and strength to Jehovah, the kingdom of God, the kingdom of many-membered deities, the kingdom of deities, the kingdom of judges over all of us, the kingdom of magistrates. That's what the word Elohim means, all those words. And that it's a kingdom. It's many-membered, according to T&O. They use those words, many-membered kingdom. And they called it the evolutionary level above human in the beginning in 1975. Because they knew that the religious terminology had been distorted and diluted. And some of the biggest dilutions happened for the Christians during through the humans with the space aliens leading them, putting a lot of stock into Paul's letters and treating them the same. If you actually talk to somebody, if you quote Paul, it's equivalent of quoting Jesus to people that are debating and things like that. And now I'm not saying all of Paul was wrong. It's not. Like Corinthians chapter 7, though, felt like was pretty good. I don't remember that was his exact words to it, but he thought there was some so you can look that up, but if anybody wants to. But well, actually, the bottom line was that Paul was saying that it would be better for everybody to be celibate like I am. But if you're not, then just find one partner. And so that you're not promiscuous. That was a way of the next level. I believe he got that from the disciples. It sounds to me like the next level because, and Doe said it was. So I mean, that's the biggest reason why I believe it's true. But it also sounds like the next level. See, we all can grow. The more and more we take in the mind of T and Doe, listening to the tapes, reading the documents, reading the book, watching the Beyond Human tapes, all that is a tremendous infusion of next level mind to every living soul on the planet right now, every living vehicle on the planet, human vehicle on the planet. And I mean, technically, it can even help some of the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, because the next level doesn't preordain that somebody can't change. In fact, they're the opposite. They expect us to change. They hope that we're going to change. They want us to change. They want to convince us of their reality. They don't want us to they don't want us to tell people to give them any discouragement at all. So the influences will come to us and say, well, you can't do it all, so therefore I guess you don't believe. Well, that's a trick. That's a trick. The next level knows you can't do it all easily and all at once. That's why they designed the experiment to have 3 trimesters. That's what the T&O called them. During the Moses time was the first trimester. During the Jesus time was the second trimester. And during the second trimester was preparation for graduation for the third trimester. And right now there's souls from all those trimesters that were planted within the Earth's atmosphere, looking for vehicles that the next level was helping them find, because they planted souls in there's different kinds of souls. There's a type of soul for a new planting of a soul, with a first trimester planting, and there's souls that are planted for the returnee of second trimester planting souls. And so each time the vehicles are given the appropriate soul according to the growth of the soul that was planted before, from the Moses time, from the Jesus time, or before that. Because we don't know how many times souls are replanted. Like reincarnation, that's what reincarnation is all about. But it's not automatic. It's the next level does it. In piece, person by person. They don't give them out in bulk, souls. Well, maybe that's not. Well, no, they don't, because it's a chip. It's a computer chip. They called it a pocket. Called it a pillowcase originally, and then when we were watching the Bob Lazar material, he called it a container, because they were talking about in that yellow book that Bob Lazar was given to read, that they said came from the space aliens, that that the vehicle was the human body was a container, and that it was a container for a container, or maybe a container, a container for mind, spirits. I think there was the way that maybe talked about. I was trying to remember exactly what they said in that yellow book, and I'm kind of losing that a little bit. But Doe didn't go by what he said. He just knew that that was a good example because he had already been knowing that it was a container, like a pillowcase or a pocket, or a chip, a computer chip, which is a container also for information, right? So all of it's a containers for information, and they're plasma based in their physicality. And spirits, I believe, are also plasma based. I'm not totally clear on that, but that seems to be what Doe said in a couple occasions. In one of the Inverness tapes that I've got posted on this YouTube channel, if you listen to him, Inverness should be in the title, Inverness, California. And if anybody listens to that and then finds where he described a soul as a plasma container, I'd like to listen to that again, but I got so much in my mind, I'm not able to, I could put out more effort and have some of these tapes playing in my car when I travel, but so far anyway, that's, I can always do a better job, I know that, and we all can. That's the way the next level members think, because they're living up to their older member standards, not one another's standards. We're not in competition with one another. If we are, then there's something wrong with us. That's something to overcome, in other words. I mean, it doesn't mean that we're bad, or, it's just another thing to overcome. Being prone to competition. And, I was talking with another Tiendo believer about the forms of road rage that this person experiences, and to where they speed up and they slow down because the person that was describing this was driving fast to get home or something, and so they were going over the speed limit, and they would pass somebody, and then that person would speed up, to like they were racing them, and would even do things that to where the person was behind them and they were going 30 miles an hour on the freeway or something like that, and like playing all these games, and when this person just wants to get around them, and so that's a form of competition, I think. I think they're saying maybe they're drunk or high on something, and or maybe that's just the way they were raised, to think that if somebody was competing with them, if they passed them at a certain pace or something, if you pass them more gradually, maybe it doesn't push that button. Because I personally I've never experienced that. I don't think. Maybe one time, maybe, because I pretty gradually, I go over the speed limit plenty, but I stay with the traffic speed. So unless they're all going beneath the speed limit, or 10 miles, I usually go 10 miles above the speed limit most of the time, or 15, or but I slow down during the places where Tiendo's instruction though. For that classroom, I'm not saying it can't apply now. We can apply everything that Tiendo gave us. It's our choice, but it's not an instruction to drive for us because we're not in that classroom. The older member's not here to give us the instruction for this circumstance that we're in. But it can be pretty applicable. That they gave us instruction that we could drive 2 to 3 miles above the speed limit, if I remember correctly. And if anybody knows differently, like sometimes if Mark and Sarah ever tune into this live stream and somebody knows it, or somebody talks with Mark and Sarah about these live streams, then I'd appreciate it if they ask them that question, whether they remember that. Because they were certainly in the classroom when we got that instruction, I believe. Yeah, pretty sure. And so anyway, but see, talking about that, Tino also talked about how we should become so keen while we're driving that we could drive like a white Cadillac cross country without a driver's license or any papers at all, I guess, or without a driver's license. They didn't expand it to other papers, and not get caught, not be ticketed because of keenness. So that shows that we can be in tune with the next level, because that's how we get keenness, by and the most keenness. That can happen automatically because the next level puts a certain amount of their mind in the atmosphere when they come. I mean, when they're here physically, their mind is the amount of mind that they brought with them is in the atmosphere, and anybody can tap into that. Well, yeah, anybody can potentially tap into it, but some are not going to tap into it as easily as others because of, or different aspects of it. Yeah, that's better way to say it. That there's different aspects that and just self-improvement is a characteristic of a member of the next level's mind, that they are trying to better themselves. And taking control of the horse, taking control of our vehicle. We were even taught to, when we walk, to kind of, take not make a lot of noise when we walk. When we talk, they even, I got a lesson one time when I was in what we called the juice lab. We were living on these pink drinks at the time that were protein shakes, and we put them together in what we called the juice lab, and then we shared a wall with T and Do's quarters in that house. It was one of the few times that they were actually living in the same house with us. And Doe lived with us more after T left. But anyway, or some of us. And some of the students. I'm not saying me, although I did live in the craft where Doe lived. So anyway, I got a lesson one time because I was working in the juice lab, and Doe, let's see, I'm not sure how it happened. Doe might have come to me and said that my voice volume was very booming. It carried right through the wall. And so basically, even when I was whispering, well, then they said about other people, because I wasn't the only one that, needed to take control of my vehicle better. They said that some people can whisper louder than they can talk. I don't know if I was one of them. So that's, from the same circumstance, during that same time they said that. And so I got off the track of where I was going there. I know I kind of bounced from one thing to the next, but I want to try to, I like to try to touch on all the thoughts I can around a subject. And I'm going to go back to the one that was talking about the speed limit and think if there's anything else about that they said. Well, the reason why they didn't they wanted to abide by the law, it wasn't because it was the next level law, because they didn't go by human laws for their behaviors and ways, but they wanted to get along. They didn't want their security jeopardized. They didn't want to get a speeding ticket that was going to cost them money. They never knew when there was going to be investigators looking for any of the students that would have their legal name. And so if they got a ticket, they would have to show a real license plate, right, a driver's license. And that, a really good investigator could maybe find us that way. And because they didn't want people to be pulled out of the classroom like they were doing to other cults, even though we were the cult of cults, it was the same kind of situation that was happening with other groups. And, with the other groups, since they were facsimiles, even though the students could have benefited from it greatly, some of them were pulled back into the world and might have been to their benefit. I'm saying might because I don't know each circumstance. Because, what makes a cult is a different lifestyle, to where, communal living is typically part of it. And you could have, one teacher or two teachers, whatever, and then what happens is to people when they start drawing a following, like preachers do in all these churches and religions, and it boosts their ego. It gets them believing that they do have the highest truths to talk about, the perspective that's the highest perspective. Among many people, I'm not saying that they think they're all that, but yeah, it's really easy to get in that frame of mind of being a know-it-all, right? And what Jwnody said about that is that we know what we know what we don't know, and we know where to go to learn what we want to know. They go to their older members. And that's the same for us. We can know what we know. Now, knowing doesn't come easy. We can think we know it and then realize that there's layers of knowing. And we can think we know something because it makes sense to us in a kind of an abstract way, which becomes the spirituality and the religions deal in a lot of abstracts, right? As being evidence of things. But with the next level, it's the literalness of service to the next level and taking over our vehicles that in service to the next level. Because you can take over your vehicle. You can become a celibate. You can become fasting, and you could be meditating on peace all the time, and that's what you're going to get. You're not going to get many lessons from that. So you'll learn those lessons maybe. And so if the next level thinks that you're doing a good job, then they'll give you an opportunity to be in a vehicle that has to once again conquer those same things, because it gets repeated, but has a primary thing to conquer being their ego, their enlightenment, their ideas that they're enlightened, that they're an ascended master, or they're the student of an ascended master, the ascension just means it does mean something for sure. It means that the soul is evolving into elementary or primitive, or not primitive. Didn't use that word for it, but elementary service in the next level. It's always attached to service in the next level. So if we don't like tasks, doing tasks for older members, we're not going to like it in the next level. So, but see, the thing is that we don't recognize a lot of times that having tasks for an older member is many times, I don't know how many, to what degree, more rewarding and more positive in all ways than working in the human kingdom for somebody else, for another human. Unless that human is also working, with you on a task for the next level, then it's a little less many. But still big for us. For those, I'm saying us, those who are trying to give more of their service to the next level, which is all in degrees. And it's not, I don't think it's within our capacity to judge that, like Sawyer's giving more because he's doing these live streams. No, that's not the case. It's not how much you talk. Next level judges our service, not humans don't judge our, fellow humans with next level souls implanted in them that are growing towards next level membership don't judge another's service. They can judge what they do and say, okay, as not being 100% the teachings of the next level. And that's fine, for themselves. What they're judging is what they want to do or don't want to do. It's for themselves. They can't judge that one person because they don't know what that other person is up against. They don't know what kind of boogers are working on them, what kind of strength those boogers have over them. Because boogers have more power in their soul containers because they had that relationship of having elementary service on a next level spacecraft. Those are the space aliens I'm talking about. So they can take over human vehicles, completely, I think. But the next level holds them back from those that they want to reserve those vehicles to be available for a next level returning soul to take over. Because otherwise we wouldn't stand a chance. We'd all be completely under the, which we see in history, well, not completely, of course, but because there's always people that are pushing out of it, because the next level is helping that happen. That's why it's happening. And sometimes maybe it happens because of the strength of the soul, of course, that received more of that power for themselves. So, because Jwnody said that souls can go places in the atmosphere or the spirit world, or they didn't. I think they were talking about the general spirit world, around Earth, where most of the spirits hang out, because that's where all the vehicles are that they like to influence. And so, but they can go places where there's gates. That's what they said. There were gates in the spirit world. And I remember when I first heard that, it was, I don't know if it was right around the time we saw that movie Ghost, where they showed where somebody didn't know that they could go right through the vehicle or the door of the subway car, with their spirit, and so they didn't do it. And then another spirit knew that they could do that, and so they taught that spirit by showing them. I guess spirits can perceive other spirits. Well, I'm not saying that whole thing was accurate. Jwnody didn't go into that kind of detail to describe it, but they did find that very interesting. And so I'm making that. They might have said what I'm saying, but it's not as clear of a memory to me, so I don't want anybody to repeat it. I don't expect anybody to repeat what I say. I wouldn't fault anybody for never repeating what I say to anybody else, unless you say Sawyer, who knows that he could be wrong about a lot of things, the way he remembers things, said this or that. I would think that would be. I'm sorry. I know I'm criticized for a lot of things, and so I'm just trying to be honest with. Because other people are going to experience the same things I'm experiencing with this. with the people that are you know, like Carlotti. He holds my feet to the fire sometimes, right? I mean, even if what he's saying I don't find any necessary value to, the fact that he's observing what I'm doing and commenting on it, it doesn't hurt me. Doesn't hurt me. It's good for me. It also becomes a test on how I'm going to respond and if I'm going to respond. And so it shows the battle that we all will have the more we grow towards graduating from the human kingdom. And there's nothing holding anybody back. The next level doesn't have that. They don't, so if anybody tells you that you can't do it, you can't grow into membership of the next level, even like some of the 38 did, they don't know what they're talking about. Because Jwnody don't put those limitations on people. But that means starting a metamorphosis. And you can, the best example, I'm going to say the best example that I know of an overview of an outline of of the ways we can think and act after they left. While they were there, but also after they left their vehicles and this atmosphere. I think they left this atmosphere as well, but I'm not positive. They might have left some behind to do some tasks right within this atmosphere, even on the surface of the planet. I mean, they always have tasks, potentially, on the surface of the planet with members of the next level, whether it's taking soil samples or, whatever it can be. Helping people in hospitals make the transition out of their vehicles. The spirits I'm talking about, not necessarily souls. But maybe both. I don't know to what degree they help when they choose to help. Some of it, maybe there's the person they know is going to adjust okay to that change. I don't know. I'm just adding lib a little bit there, so I may be wrong about that. But the safeguard in saying that is that T is the one that said that members of the next level work with the hospital closely. Now that can be from a spacecraft. I don't know if it's actually with next level with the physical body that they can turn off the vibrations that could interface with that body so that humans couldn't see them or detect them with their instrumentation. That's something that Jwnody talked about. They can change their vibrations. And but the spirits, those said were the discarnates. Initially, they just called them influences. They hardly ever used that word spirit because spirit is synonymous with mind, okay? And they use the word mind. But in terms of the discarnate spirits, they used the term influences in 1975. Again, because they felt it was more accurate. They weren't doing it just to be different from the religions. They were doing it because it was more accurate. And Jesus said that when he came back, he would speak plainly of the kingdom instead of in story forms. And so that's one example of, and he would also, I can go through John chapter 14. You can see what Jesus said about him and his Father coming back and residing with us meaning the human kingdom, and the students in particular. Because even though they're in the whole human kingdom, doesn't mean that every member of the human kingdom is getting the same dose of next level mind, because everybody's not ready for the same dose at the same time. and there's no judgment. Next level doesn't judge others in different grades in the lesser grades of school, if you want to put it that way. In the earlier, let me put it that way, the earlier grades of school, or the less experienced humans, experienced with life in the human kingdom. That is the way we grow, by having vehicles to grow. And the overcoming process, that Jwnody did use that word, not so much T, but maybe T also, but Doe certainly used it when he named a little group, named our organization for the sake of the USA Today ad and the Beyond Human tapes, TOA, or Total Overcomers Anonymous. And so that's where he used the word, which he got from the 12-step program, which they thought was a good program for both, alcohol, narcotics, or anything. I guess we need to have a 12-step program for religion. I never thought of it that way. I don't know if we need that, but I'm just joking around a little bit. It's hard to be disconnected from religion when you've been brought up with a religion, because the religions can be very beneficial to people, but they need to be outgrown, and they can become addictive. Yes, addictive is essential. There's a sensuality associated with being, because you get elevated in your mind to something that's above human. That's what the religions are all talking about, right? That there's some God among the stars, or cosmic consciousness, or universal mind, which Doe didn't said those were not accurate ways of talking about it, because it didn't talk about it as real. It's abstract. It's even though that's true, there is a universal mind, but that's constantly growing. No, I mean, that's not the way to say that, because the universal mind and the cosmic consciousness is talking about the mind that's in the members of the next level, and in the humans that even have it in their genetic code to small degrees. But it's in tiny specks, that just having that cosmic consciousness in us, that God in us, if you want to put it that way, because it all comes from the deities, to the Chief of Chiefs, who we don't know where the Chief of Chiefs came from, because we're not capable of understanding much about that. But we might. But when we become members of the next level, whoever that happens to, then we'll understand more of where the Chief of Chiefs came from. And but that mind is given to the whole population. And Jwnody talked about it as 12 grades in school, where the first 6 grades you're getting into being human, and in the second 6 grades you're getting out of being human. So by the 6th grade, you're at the top of your game as a human. So your finances are really good, and you don't have anything to worry about that. And that score, your family life is really kind of stable, and you've got you've got your religion, whatever it is, or your career pursuits, which is the same thing in some ways. It's just another path to the top of the mountain, like religion can be, and like forms of not organized, more different spiritual quests, and quests for enlightenment, and that's another like facet of the religion, or offshoot of the religion, or science. Science can become a religion also, even though that's not the right term for it, because science is supposed to be evidence of cause and effect, and maybe there's better ways of saying it, but the processes of trying to understand the reality in which we live, and with its four kingdom levels of the mineral kingdom, so all the elements, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom, and the human kingdom, and then the fifth kingdom that we know about is the evolutionary level above human, which is physical, also physical, like the mineral kingdom, plant kingdom, animal kingdom, and human kingdom. And there was the physical containers that spirit, mind is actually the better term, information, programming, is active within. You've got it in the mineral kingdom, they call it ionic exchange, atomic weights, exchanging particles with one another. And then in the plant kingdom, you've got more biological exchange of elements. And they all have the components of the mineral kingdom within them that make them. So each kingdom level is in service to the kingdom level above it, providing service. And that's why in Genesis they said plants and seeds and seed-bearing fruit were to be your nourishment before Adam broke procedures and change. Well, Doe said that his first mistake was that he wanted a check partner. Now, see, that's one thing to want a check partner, but not want a check partner at the same time. Like, I know for me, I wanted a check partner, but I wanted to not need one. So I only wanted a check partner if Doe would have me have a check partner. Other than that, I was content. I'm content just being by myself. And I now I have someone that I'm working with as a check partner, and that's I feel like that person came from their own quest for T and Doe's information, and wanting to be of service to T and Doe. To whatever degree it was in their own way that they were showing it, probably throughout their whole life of their vehicle. So I'm not going to go any further with that right now, but and that reminds me of then where two or more are gathered, like Jesus said. By the way, T and Doe said that we could trust what Jesus said in the four records that were called by the religious the Gospels, the story, the information, the message from Jesus that he was teaching. Messages, because they said that a next level crew worked really hard to keep that information accurate so that it could be used by the next trimester of students, the third trimester. So right now there are souls that were born during the Moses time, enough to where they were brought back during the Jesus time to take over a vehicle that was given the other kind of soul for a returnee soul to take over and kind of merge with, I guess. I don't understand that completely scientifically, but it is a scientific process. I mean, the next level could describe it in great detail, I'm sure, if they wanted to. So I'm not even going to say I could be wrong about that. But, well, Doe gave us that indication. So I know that's why I know I'm wrong. Not about that in particular, but about other things, like the way cars work, for instance, was the example that they gave us. So, okay, wow. So the Adam's first mistake was then, uh, you know, not being satisfied with doing a task alone with his older member, and then the second mistake was breaking procedure, and whether that meant, literally eating a certain fruit, in where they were eating, which and then hiding it was the third thing where he broke procedure, and which was Doe's soul in that Adam vehicle, and which was the next level vehicle, but that went through a reverse metamorphosis. Doe said in the Beyond Human, no, in the Black Hawk tapes, so that it was, and it didn't take very long. He said in that tape as well, for that to happen, to where he was then able to reproduce and with the individual that was named Eve at that time, which was not the first humans that were on the planet, and they weren't the only humans necessarily on the planet, which Doe didn't really have that clear until, I don't think, he might have suspected it, but he felt like he got verification, I believe, if I remember correctly, when we were re-examining how to go public for the second time in late 1980s, and he got in touch with Arnold Murray, Pastor Murray, who you saw Jwnody talking about in the exit videos, because Pastor Murray was using the Dake's Bible, and the Dake's Bible had a lot more background information in it of where things originated, and different translation options for certain words, and so that's where we saw that. And after I left the classroom, I went back to Genesis, and I was looking at that, and I saw, oh yes, look at that. And what was it, the fifth or the fourth day, which day doesn't necessarily mean, it's not a 24-hour day. It might mean 1,000 years human time. I don't know what it means exactly. It means four periods of time, 7 periods of time, which seems to relate to the 7 closestnesses maybe, but it could be a parallel with that. Anyway, so what was it? Oh, I don't want to lose that one. Reverse metamorphosis. Doe went to all right. Well, maybe I didn't really drop anything too much there, but Oh, maybe it's time to go to the chat room. Jeff Barnes, greetings to you. Rise above, evening to you, yes. And Cub Doggy, 1981, hi Sawyer, long time since I viewed. Yeah, it's been a while, right? Yeah, I remember. And Krell, are you familiar with the Carrington event? Yeah, the sun burnt those wires or melted them, and they still worked on the Morse code without the insulation around them, which was pretty interesting, right? I guess the insulation helps you be able to touch it or something, and maybe it makes it easier to not lose so much force, so maybe it can travel longer distances. But yeah, the Carrington event. Yeah, to me, that next level gave that to us. It wasn't the only time that we've had electromagnetic pulses attributed to the sun. So the idea, that it was melting is a beautiful example of how the next level can heat the planet with electromagnetic radiation. And they know the solar wind does that, but the solar wind actually blocks, according to the human scientists that I've read about, blocks the cosmic electromagnetic radiation that comes from the stars and the planets. And it was a strange astronomical event where day seemingly came very early. You're right. And electrical devices like telegraphs were receiving power without a source. Telegraphs were receiving power without a source. So what were they doing? I don't remember that part. Because the source would have been those sun rays, right? Because the telegraph's not going to operate unless there's something stimulating it to send signals, right? Maybe that's what you're talking about without the, or maybe it's different. Maybe a different part of the that event. I need to look at that again. Anyway, CP EP Linsky 222 says, "Hi Sawyer, have you ever seen a UFO or experienced an abduction? I've seen 2 UFOs floating in unison in Michigan in 1995. Yes, I have. I never experienced an abduction, thank goodness. Unless you want to consider that my vehicle was like a fish in the sea, and that Tiando's mind came into it so strongly with the soul that was implanted in this vehicle as a child, according to Tiando, and that the returning soul that was going to take over this vehicle brought their energy with Tiando's soul bodies and the energy they were bringing, and any of their helpers that we couldn't see. That basically, it wasn't an abduction. I would never actually call it an abduction. But it was being caught away. Now, there's 2 kinds of being caught away, I think, in that context of being taken over, in a sense. Because the Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, they are trying to take over souls right now, according to Doe. And because they want them to populate their spacecrafts with or their laboratories, if they have them underground or under the sea, that are actually spacecrafts themselves, with people that think like them, that believe in the things that they believe, that they know that there's people in spacecrafts, that's common knowledge to them. Because otherwise, it becomes a shock, and if you take a spirit or a soul especially, but a soul has the genetic code from the next level in it. And the genetic code also has, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I got that mixed up. A soul comes from the next level, so it's got next level mind associated with it in terms of being like programs. Not programs that take effort to receive, to make our own, and to on what to get rid of. That's diminishing the strength of the program. Maybe that would be a way to say it. From the next level program. But the space aliens also have programs, and you see them enacted all the time. One of the biggest examples that I know about in the last few years was the Space Force. They got their own uniforms now, and they got a certain amount of people that are, part of the Space Force, and they've got their hierarchies, and they want them for exploration. They want them for trying to find that element, that Bob Lazar found, perhaps, and or to be able to create a community on the moon that they can sustain from within itself, which also helps them with building their underground cities on the Earth, so they can run to them like Genesis, like Revelation chapter 6 talks about in the end of it, during the 6th seal time. I think we're still in the 4th seal time, but it might be the beginning of the 5th seal time. But so far I haven't seen the evidence of the... Well, actually the censorship is, I believe, evidence of the lower forces overcoming the good on this planet. Because what's good on this planet is from the next level. The next level wants choices for everybody to make. They want them to have choices to even build weapons to kill each other with, even though they're not in favor of that. They're against that. But they want people to have the choice to do it. Because we have the choice to become rotten, or we have the choice to become a productive, good, positive members of the next level, working on spacecraft. They don't want negative people on the spacecrafts, telling them, "Oh, that's not going to work. That's not going to work unless you do it this way." Oh, what Tino said was that if you were allowed to get into the next level on a spacecraft, when you still had all those little negativities and addictions and everything, you would be elated to be there at first. You would be like, wow, this is great. This is wonderful. This is exciting. It's, all these things. And, but then it wouldn't take very long before those characteristics that you hadn't converted into next level characteristics would be like making suggestions to the people working in the lab. And we saw the evidence of that when students started making suggestions to Jwnody during meetings. And you'll probably hear it in some of the meetings if you listen to a lot of them. It didn't happen a lot. And Jwnody didn't correct students on the spot necessarily. Sometimes I think they did. But if they thought the student could handle it. Well, no, I shouldn't say why. See, that was my own mind coming in there. If they thought they could handle it, because I don't have evidence of that that they chose who to correct on the spot by evidence. So I take that back. That would have been putting out misinformation, in my opinion. I'm not saying it's not possible, okay? Because they did consider things. They didn't just have like robotic. Next Level doesn't have robots. Well, no, that's not right. They don't have the vehicles they make for souls to take over and use as their instruments, as their vehicles, are not robots. Those vehicles are not robots. Except to the degree that the mind is using its facilities to operate. But TNO didn't talk about them as robots. They said the only robots that they have that could be considered robots are devices or whatever that go to places that would kill the vehicles that souls take over. And so I imagine that, maybe some of these things that happen on the sun, which I should show this other screen, that were taken a lot by Scott Waring through the SOHO satellite. That might be a task that somebody does in the Next Level to do these things with a computer program. Maybe it's a bunch of computer programs working together. Maybe it's different spacecrafts working together, or making robots run remotely, and they're making them run from an orbit around the sun. I'm just throwing out some ideas of possibilities. I'm not saying that that's exactly the way it works, but it is that real. I know that. I so enjoy the science of the Next Level when I can get glimpses of it, and T&O gave us glimpses. And humans are all available. They're all able to. All of us are all able to get glimpses, because the Next Level actually stocks the atmosphere with the possibilities. And so, learning how to make a car, well, if the people build their minds in that direction, the Next Level, they will pull in that part of the mind that's put in the planet's atmosphere, which might even be discarnates from a previous civilization that had that technology or equivalent, that they might stock the planet with, so that people in the new human kingdom civilization that's developing can have access to it if they build a staircase to it. Everything is built as a process. Well, I shouldn't say everything, but that's a process. Those things are a process. T&O used that word process right in the very beginning in 1975, that we were engaging a process of metamorphosis, actually transfiguring our vehicles and our minds, because the vehicle and the mind are separate, even though the mind is produced, the energy of it, the electromagnetic energy of it, let me put it that way, that is like an echo. Doe described the discarnate as an echo. I was starting to talk about that before when I got off the track and I forgot where I was going, and I remember I just happened to get back there. Thank you, T&O, if you happen to have helped me with that. I don't walk around saying thank you, T&O, thank you, T&O, thank you, T&O. But it's possible that they can be helping us a lot if we are asking them for help. And I know during this broadcast, I especially asked them for help. So I've seen many examples to where, I don't know if I would have caught myself before, expanding on something. Never mind. Let me go back to the chat room. People talking about the Carrington event still by Krell. People thought it was actually morning. Oh, I read that before, but I'll just read it again. At night and got up to work. Okay, right, in the Michigan thing. Yeah, so I did read those already. Okay, so Owen with A Hammer. What did Tiendo say about other religions? Did they appreciate Hinduism or Christianity? I'm sure that was Christianity. CHR. Yeah, you just reverse those two letters. Okay, great. I'll look a little lower to see if you said anything else because, okay, you didn't that I can see here. So, yes. Well, one thing you can read in the Heaven's Gate book is a document that Jwnody wrote that'll talk about Buddhism. And maybe some of the other students talked about Hinduism. I don't remember off the top of my head right now because, to be honest with you, some of those documents I don't know if I've reread, which is a sorry thing to say, actually. But so I'm going to have to put these on tape somehow so that when I'm traveling, I can hear them. So let's see. So yeah, but though at one point said that Hinduism was to Buddhism as Judaism was to Christianity. So it's like first trimester is to as Moses is to Christianity. So Hinduism is to Buddhism as I said Judaism. Sorry, thought I said it wrong, but so that shows an equivalent. And Jesus talked about how when he left, he was going to visit with another fold that he had, FOLD. Let me put another screen up there with some more images from Scott Waring's channel on YouTube years ago. And in that document you'll see more about Buddhism. Okay, but the idea, another thing that Doe said about it, I believe, is that because Buddhism was teaching to control the vehicle and not remain addicted to all our human behaviors and ways, and so it was about conquering the vehicle's desires, and then going off and giving their all to what they thought of as their God. And now the Buddha was the Gautama Buddha, as far as I know, was asked a question about God, and he was asked a question about there being no God. Both those kind of questions came up, and he had something to say about both of them that are consistent with the way that Tiendo taught, because even atheism can be a good step away from religion to get closer to the reality of the next level. But also can be a trap as well as religion. So that's part of it. They said that at this time, and for quite a while, I think, religions are the number one wow, I'm getting tired. I can see it. I can feel it in my eyes. I'm not remembering this. Jeez. Wow, it just escaped me. All right, well, I'll get it later. Maybe, I hope so. See if anybody in the chat room knows it. Oh, Killer of Souls. Religion, I didn't see it in the chat room, but I did finally remember it. Maybe when I took my mind off of it, I stopped trying to remember. I can. I don't know if the next level was helping with that, or I don't, or it's just just the way it works sometimes with the human mind, or the next level mind that we have in our souls. If we can tap into them and grow them. Because we're remembering as well. That's what they're, some people talk about that as they feel like they're trying to, they're remembering more. And Tiendo talked about that. And get your mind in your vehicle. T would say, that was a way of remembering more of what you knew before. And the you in that is a composite you. It's a composite of the mind of the vehicle from the genetic code, the ancestors, and the mind of the vehicle from the experiences from the vehicle's growing, like from parents or caregivers or whatever it happened to be, teachers, society. And then the third part of the mind is the part of the mind that's from the next level, and that's the kind of mind that seeks to conquer addictions and overcome the human characteristics that we all have. That can be many. I mean, well, there's not that many actually, but I don't remember what number they used for how many there were. There's something about it that tells me that there's like 5, but like one of them is sensuality, one of them is ego, and whatever you want to describe it that way, I believe. Another one is I don't know. I don't know what the other ones are. I'm not going to try to guess. Well, I guess religion would be one. Because they did talk about religion becoming as an addiction. I think, if I remember correctly. All right. Yeah, because it glues somebody to not being open to updates when they come. Because they got their head so in the books, with the scripture and the quotes, whether they understand what they're saying or not, that that takes them by surprise when a bigger piece of the truth comes through the older members Tiendo in the current environment. And so and so when they see Tiendo's information talked about, for instance, they'll see the suicides, what weren't suicides for the next level members at all. And they automatically discount it because they think that that's not possible, that could have been really Jesus and his Father. Because they've been taught, the Catholic Church taught this. I remember thinking that it was the original sin, was suicide, that there's no return from suicide. See, that's next level, that's lower forces programming, disinformation. Though, the next level I'm not saying that the next level didn't allow that to happen on purpose, because we need these vehicles in order to learn lessons. So we don't want to easily, we don't, it's got to be very, very difficult to leave your vehicle by your own will. It's got to be very, very difficult to do. And for a lot of people now, especially, or it's been going on for a long time, it's like it's seen as an easy way out. I've got this misery in my head I can't adjust to, PTSD or whatever it is. And look what I'm doing to my family. I can't control myself. I've got these urges. I've got these violent outbreaks. I'm hitting my kids, and I don't want to. It's better off if I'm gone. They'll get my pension or something, So, but that's the lessons that person has, and it's a very difficult lesson, I imagine, to overcome if you've been like in a war zone and you've participated in killing people and maiming them, and whether it's from the air or from the sea or from on the land or you're just patching up people. But see, the people that are patching up people, I don't know if they have PTSD, because they might know it's horrible and they feel like they're doing the best service they can to help everybody with the damage done. We can't judge anybody, even if they were in the war zone. We're not the judge of them, because everybody can be forgiven. Even if you kill somebody, according to Jesus, all sins can be forgiven you, except the sin of blasphemy. Now, against the Holy Spirit. So what does that mean? Well, that means, I believe, blasphemy has to do with saying something as a fact that about the next level that's not. And so you're misleading somebody into believing something that is not true. It's misinformation. And because it's against the Holy Spirit, because that's the holy mind, the pure mind of the next level members that they give to us in dosages. They give to all the humans in dosages. According to the thirst of those that are asking for it in some way. Now, when we want to better ourselves, when we're sorry for something we did or said, and we ask the next level for forgiveness for that, we go to our partner or the person that we believed that we said something to that deserved forgiveness, that we wanted forgiveness from the next level for, and tell them and apologize. And but if we apologize by telling somebody that it was their fault that they responded that way, that wouldn't be a member of the next level to do that. It may be that other person's fault that pushed the button of the person to where they said something terrible to somebody or did something terrible to somebody. But all that can be overcome by asking the next level for help to do it. And that's where the 12-step programs can work. Because they teach, go to your higher power. Tiendo talked about the highest source in the universe as where people, when they go to that highest source, then they tap into potential truth. And truth as also the solutions to their problems is the kind of truth that the next level has. But they have to be willing to then listen for how ideas and perceptions and would come to them from the world, from other people, and from watching things happening on the internet or social reactions with one another on social media, whatever it is. It doesn't matter. All different forms of communication. We can get indications of what the next level is trying to help us with. And if we deny that when someone says something to us, if it hurts, and we deny that it could have been from Jwndody's mind, that they sent us that individual to reveal that to us, to express that to us, then we're in a form potentially not receiving the help that we asked for. And maybe it might take us a long time to receive that help. But it's never too late, as long as we're in these vehicles, to make amends for things that we have done to somebody or against somebody or in the past. But I don't know that what that means in terms of for things that we did long ago. I don't. Jwnody didn't have us do that. But they did have us get it off our chest. Well, not they, but Do did. After T left our vehicle, he said if there's anything that we feel guilty about in our lives, in the vehicle's lives, to date, and we want to express it, to tell Do about it, to do so. Because guilt is a negativity. It's it doesn't really. I'm not saying it can't be converted into a positive. It can, I believe, because everything can be converted. All negatives can be converted into a positive. But the next level doesn't want us lingering on things like that. Guiltiness, it's water under the bridge. And as long as we keep on, and that's why people that go to prison for harming somebody can actually, I believe, grow from that. And the individuals that are victimized by people, the next level can take those people that were victimized and associate them with another vehicle that can even help somebody else in some way. That so all things. That's why it says in the records, it says that all things work together for good for those that love the Lord, right? The one Lord, the true Lord, the older member of the next level that demonstrated that they were from out of this world with everything they were teaching of overcoming the human kingdom. See, that kind of thought doesn't happen automatically. I don't think. Maybe it's possible that it could. So I shouldn't say. It depends on what the next level seeds the planet with. What humans can grow to understand. And they want to seed the planet with understanding things. And how do they give us that information? A lot of times through the other kingdom levels. I'm not saying they're limited to that at all. You can't limit the next level. We'd be fools to limit the next level. But like, you got the Venus flytrap. It consumes animals, bugs. I think insects are considered part of the animal kingdom, if I remember correctly. And you've got butterflies, caterpillars turning into butterflies, to where they no longer have to be limited to that branch in that tree, or those trees in that forest. They can now fly around. They can make a lot more headway on finding food, and it's a more evolved form of life than a caterpillar is. More options. So they give us to it with nature, and there's thousands of examples, maybe millions, maybe billions. I don't know what the number would be. I'll go back to the chat. Yeah, now Christianity was the most, let's see, the label for the organizations that developed as a result of Jesus coming, that became distorted and diluted. So are harbingers of both mis and disinformation. Harbinger? Harbinger? Harbinger. Harbingers? I don't know if that's the way to say that word. But, yeah, so yes, they did appreciate the other religions as having, that's a good thing to say. That came from Tiendo's mind, that all the religions were created by the next level above human. I mean, the humans created them, but the next level stimulated them to come about. So they're the instigators, the initial instigators. Now, I'm not saying that everything that's considered a religion, if you go to the definition, belief system, right? Well, yeah, even science as a belief system, because there are different forms of belief systems within science. There's a lot of ways to do things sometimes, and there's different people that, like natural healing, for instance, is not the way of the allopathic religion, belief system. And, I mean, they can be combined in some ways. I mean, they are still using elements from the earth, okay? So that is the Hippocratic Oath, that let your food be your medicine. But see, food, the elements of the earth, the food is supposed to contain, but but they're taking it and making concoctions with things, and doesn't mean that those concoctions can't be of value, but they also have side effects that the raw ingredients don't necessarily have, unless somebody's vehicle was downgraded so much because of its ancestors that that they developed like allergies, for instance, to different elements of the earth. And yeah, Krell, I understand what you're saying there in the Eden story. Yes, that's right. I remember that. Consciousness was formed in a general way, right? Uh, uh, so, among other things, of course, right, exactly. That's what I mean. They were receiving power, but that's what I mean. They were receiving power, but like not plugged in Did any other members of the classroom believe they were abducted? No, in fact, Tiendo said that the vehicles from members of the class that became members of the class were protected from being abducted by space aliens. Now, that doesn't mean that if somebody had that experience that they're not a potential student going forward, but for those vehicles in that classroom, that was the case. And but whether they end up doing, they don't take vehicles onto their spacecrafts. But I imagine that they could keep a vehicle safe from the space aliens, even if the space aliens took them on a spacecraft. Maybe that's possible if there was a vehicle that had that experience. I just don't want somebody that had that experience to think that I'm saying that there couldn't be a soul in that vehicle from a next level planting. But if they're given the chance to recognize the reality of Tiendo's information and they reject it, then they may be being influenced by those lower forces, because we're all subject to those lower forces. The discordant world and thought bombardment and souls that are against us, or also referred to by Tiendo as boogers. Creating bombardment was their word for negativity. Danny Clean says, "Evening, Sawyer. Aside from Neo, Rick, and the Kings, what other former members received materials, next level information from the class?" Jwnody, Flexody, and Ableody. Jwnody still has his vehicle. So he's the individual that sent me the batch of digitized audio tapes from that we didn't have available because Mark and Sarah weren't making them available to us for 20 years or more. So I'm just identifying who that is. Now he received the masters, which were in they were super VHS tape recordings of the Beyond Human series. Beyond Human, The Last Call, it was called. And so he was sent that. Now, some others were sent, like Flexody and Ableody, were sent Beyond Human tapes. And their vehicles are deceased now. But they went to their vehicles deceased, I believing in Tiendo. I'm pretty sure. I'm actually quite sure, actually. Well, I don't know about Ableody. But Flexody stood up for Tiendo when she was showing in a documentary. She's an older vehicle with gray hair. She's got some weight on her bones. And just to describe her, in case you see her in the documentary, you'll know who I'm talking about. And at the time when she did it, she was in her maybe 90s or late 80s. No, she would have been, she would have been in her, anyway, that's enough of that, But she said she was holding up the book from the New York Times. No, New York Post published the book. seem to have it here. Excuse me. No, I don't have it right here. Oh, yes, I do. By the New York Post. Says the title is by the staff of the New York Post, Heaven's Gate, Cult Suicide in San Diego. The best thing about this book, I mean, you know, there's a lot of facts in here that are good because it's what really happened. But there's a whole bunch of pictures of the Earth Lab, and that they put all those things in there. That was a really good thing. And Tino's picture, Earth Lab, and from different angles, and those vehicles mugshot from 1974, and some of the Rancho Santa Fe pictures. And the article that was put in the New York Times that Tino said was pretty good. They approved of it. That was The Next World, New York Times. I think you have to buy this from the New York Times now. All right, so that's about that. So Flexody is one of those people that received information. And let's see, who'd you mention? Neo, Riccodi, and the Kings. Let's see, then Jwnody, I said. Jwnody also received approximately 80 audio tapes. I don't know. I think some of them might have been from the audio tapes. I don't know. I don't know which audio tapes they were. And let's see. He also received a letter, and he also received Mark and Sarah's letter that told him about, dividing the contents, the items of value among those inclined to disseminate their information, which was referring to the items of value in the storage room where the audio tapes were stored. So he had that as well sent to him. Okay, what else? Let's see. Oscody is no longer in his vehicle. He laid it down before 2000 happened, or right at the year 2000, if I remember correctly. And he received, let's see, wait. So Riccodi got, Jwnody also got the website in HTML, I believe. I might be wrong about that. I have to refresh that with him sometime. All right, so that's that. And I got the audio tapes from Riccodi that he got from the storage room that would have been part of that division. That so. All right, I'll move on to the next one. Dan in the chat room, Danny Clean, who helped take care of Jwnody. Her vehicle was limited with a physical handicap. Well, that was her biggest challenge of being taken care of by somebody else. Because in the world, she was like in a media organization to where she was like a manager or producer or something like that. So she, she was always like, well, people know what kind of sometimes that takes. That kind of being a manager in any business takes a certain amount of skill. Anyway, so she progressively got worse in the classroom, which T described as because of those influences, those boogers that had become her buddies. We all have buddies. And they tried different things to try to help her with doctors and pharmaceuticals and diets, cleansing diets, and but they got to the point to where while T was still in her vehicle, they decided that she should live by herself and get a job, and so they outfitted her with an apartment in Dallas, Texas, and one of those carts that she could use, and a car, and one of those lifts that would lift the cart up so that she could hobble around with crutches, with those braces that you put around your arms. She had crutches originally, the one the big tall wooden ones, but then she eventually got the ones that fit on her wrists, her forearms, and she would hold them and walk that way. Her legs were bent because she had osteoporosis, really bad, and her knees were swelled. And we did some laying on hands of her. I did that with her, with a group, and I did it individually, just me with her, kind of lightly massaging her legs, or from the knees down. And other people did things that I didn't know were happening, or because I was an out-of-crafter, and so sometimes I wasn't somebody that could be available to help her with that. And if she needed help getting in and out of the bathroom or the shower, then we had a chair in there, and somebody would help her. And somebody that was assigned to that. I never was assigned to that, of course, because she would have had to take her clothing off, I imagine. So that's it. Students helped, but she learned to be independent. She got a job working for J.R. Ewing's. No, well, wait a minute. Yes, there was that TV station. It was called Dallas, I think it was called, right? Wasn't it? And J.R. Ewing was the name of the character. I forgot the actor who played that. But we used to watch it on TV a little bit. And she worked for them that's how I remember that. for months, years actually, several years. And Doe would, send her tapes, and T and Doe would sometimes visit her. I didn't really know about it directly, and T and Doe would send students, and Doe would send students to visit her. I was one time a student with Jwnody sent to visit her and help her, like sometimes move to a different place. She was in an apartment, like like a duplex kind of thing. Very modern, very nice, and she was well cared for. And they were in phone conversation with her all the time. So she knew the phone number of the class so that she could call, where other people in the world wouldn't have known the phone number because we didn't give it out to anybody unless it was absolutely necessary. Anyway, so maybe that's enough on Jwnody. They tried different dietary programs, even went down to the Gerson Clinic in Tijuana. And for a while, her and Alex Odie went to live in a different spot south of the craft that we were living in California at the time, so they could be closer to the Gerson Center in case they wanted to go back there. And Gerson Institute, I think it was called. I think it still is. And at one point they were somehow they were ingesting raw liver, calf liver, because that was part of the Gerson program. So Doe thought to try it. Doe was worried about her. I know. I was firsthand on a number of occasions with him and Jwnody and Liv Odie and Sorority, where Doe was talking about it in his quarters. Well, not his quarters when he lived in the same house, but in his quarters when he had a different house. But he would have students come up there to bring him notes and things, or to talk about something, because he didn't live too far away. And I happened to be one that got to go a couple times to Doe's quarters, and and so sometimes he would share things about it, and I know he was concerned about Jwnody. He didn't know what to do to help her, and more, and so he was struggling with that. He was also concerned that she was at one point like curling up like she was going to die. And he knew that he didn't want her vehicle to die, but he knew if she did die, despite his trying to do everything to take care of her with doctors and hospitals, and well, not hospitals so much, because I don't think she had any episodes, but with physical therapy and colonic irrigations. I got colonic irrigation also, because my vehicle had some pretty bad problems as well, physically. But I know she got colonic irrigations as well, and that happened after she left her vehicle. I think I remember. To where Doe, was concerned that if she lost her vehicle, that was gonna, even though he knew that her soul would be fine if that was the next level, wanted to take her out for some reason. That but he didn't assume that. He didn't assume that ever. That in fact, the opposite I think is true. That he felt like he might have felt like he was failing on the job if she left, but because he did take it very seriously, and but he was also concerned for the greater class, the same that way T that was concerned for the greater class, and that was the reason why T didn't want Doe to tell Terry when she left her vehicle. And Doe knew when he got that instruction from T that there might be a time that he might have to tell Terry about it, and then he ended up doing that. But of course, it was difficult for Terry to find out that she hadn't known when her vehicle's mother passed away. But it's a difficulty that the next level will help Terry with to deal with if she has or does in the past, in the future. Because without these vehicles, even anybody that's never been in touch with T&O's information are not entirely their vehicles. They're their vehicles to the degree that they let the vehicle do everything it wants to do. And the degree in which they're progressing on overcoming the human characteristics. And we all work on them, and we work on different human characteristics, and we all, I believe that overcoming also includes, well, I don't believe this, I know this is a fact, that standing up for T&O in their defense and disseminating their information together, because those aren't one or the other, I don't believe. Because they said both of them are required to be saved for a future opportunity to overcome the humanness. Simultaneously, we can be moving our metamorphosis ahead the more things we conquer of the human kingdom that are next level characteristics. According to the major offense list and the lesser offense list in the Heaven's Gate book. That's the criteria of what to conquer. But if we're not doing the task of the overriding task of disseminating information and standing for T&O, then our growth is going to, in that area, is going to be less. Because that's the assigned task that we all have now. We all have an assigned task. Everybody that wants that task has that task. We used to also watch Impossible Journey, I think it was called. Or was that a movie? Or was it when those people were Secret Service kind of people? No, I'm not hitting the right notes. Let's see. The Possible something. Anyway. Previous live streams, I've kind of listed some of the other shows we watched, but I don't want to go through that right now. I think I've got it posted on my blog. Wow. Danny Clean says, did T and Do have a particular type of food they were fond of? Well, T liked vanilla ice cream, but we didn't have it in the classroom all that often. It was always considered to be a treat. They would bring it in to us. And they gave us things on the menu that they liked to eat. So, it changed a lot. But T was kind of the primary on our diet until she left. And then Do is, of course, the primary on the diet. And so T went by the Pritikin book to some degree, which limited heavy protein intake, meat and dairy and things like that. So, but then, but we had, I don't know what are the foods excuse me, they liked. Um, well, I mean, besides what was on our menu, but we had everything under the sun, that everybody else has. We had pancakes and syrup, and we had chicken, and then we went on diets that were cleansing diets. We had protein drinks, and we're fasting on them for a while, and they would add other ingredients. And they were kind of good, and then they added yeast rolls to that, so that we were eating some complex carbohydrates. That became sugar in our head. They added that when I got vertigo, in a bad way. I couldn't stand up. I couldn't hold on to any food for a number of days. And they added yeast rolls, and it went away. Although it lingered with me years later, I would get bouts with it, and Doe told me to drink the cayenne pepper water, which is in the Transfiguration diet. You can find that on my blog as well. If you search for cayenne on my diet, I think you'll find the formula. And some other things from the Transfiguration diet book. I still don't have the whole thing posted. I'm really tardy on that. But I plan on writing a diet book, if I have the time, that is the diets of Tien Do, from my personal experiences. Will include the Transfiguration diet. And that's something that I'm going to plan to sell. I'm going to give it away also on my blog. So I'm not going to not do that for everybody that wants to see it that don't have any money. But if people want to contribute to my being able to do stuff like that and travel potentially, then I'm going to be doing more things. I think I'm planning on doing more things that will enable me to make some sticks in order to support, because the money that I got for an inheritance is kind of drying up, and I don't want to have to try to get a job in the world to try to spend more time doing things in the dissemination of their information, because the Transfiguration Diet book is part of their information to disseminate, because they wrote it. I was there when they wrote it, so I'm a first-hand witness of that. And I was a guinea pig, a willing and eager and honored guinea pig for that program that I used to heal my Lyme's disease that I had. I'm calling it mine because it was part of my vehicle for years, because I didn't go on the Transfiguration diet entirely. And so I didn't get rid of some things that were still contributing to very swollen knees and ankles and feet. But fortunately, it took turns with the leg that it infected, so that I was able to always get around. But sometimes it was hard to sleep because there was so much pain in my, an aching kind of pain, not like a sharp kind of pain. But I knew about the Transfiguration diet, and I had been on some degree of it. Well, not really. I wasn't taking the cayenne pepper or anything, or the apple cider vinegar or anything else. But the molasses, the blackstrap molasses, was part of it, which is a good. If you can get used to it, it's a good sweet treat. We were taking it by the tablespoon, I think once a day. But the formula is all in that book, and I encourage anybody to get that book if they can. Still find them before the prices go up. But I'm going to be providing the information in them, because there are people that are buying up the Heaven's Gate materials. I don't really like that, unless they're selling them for the same price, or sending them to people, because just becoming a collector and to where nobody ever looks at them, or nobody ever has exposure to them, that's not good. I don't think that's good. I don't think that's the next level would have them do that. And I've got to send somebody something as well because I don't want to just rely on, you know, the way that I sent Carlodi the audio tapes on a thumb drive that he put them on the Google drives. So I don't feel that I've got to do that because I give people that Google drive, and I don't want the extra expense of that. If Carlodi can handle it, I'm really glad for that, and I'm doing things that I want to do to. In addition to that, like playing tapes, whatever. Now, see, I'm getting into kind of describing like a thing as if there's a measurement of who's serving. I'm just trying to list the ways that we can serve. You know, not that anybody needs to hear that. I'm not saying that anybody needs to hear that from me, but it can give us ideas because we're not going to get ideas necessarily on our own when we got ideas that Jwnody gave us, because they produced the Transfiguration Diet book and they authorized me to sell those books during my lunch hours at my Autocraft Tasks in Dallas and maybe Albuquerque areas. And so I have that example of them, and their examples are, I believe, the best examples of what to do now. So if anybody criticizes somebody for even making some money on it, on like even making Heaven's Gate paraphernalia, that has little, I might start doing t-shirts with Jwnody sayings on them, sayings that I know in my head that they said. And I'll give you some examples. I'm not going to try to contain them so that nobody else uses them, but take a chance on a positive. And if in doubt, don't. And get your mind in your vehicle. And there's a lot of things. There's so many that if you listen to the tapes, you'll hear of these things. So you'll know that. But I would give Jwnody credit for it in my mind. And it doesn't have to be big print, I don't think. But I want to put Jwndody's the names in there. I don't think I'm going to put the Heaven's Gate cult in there. Because when someone sees the Heaven's Gate cult, because of what the government did, and the lower forces through the religious organizations, they see all cults as being the same. So I don't think that's beneficial to come up front with that terminology. And that's not hiding the truth, because if somebody asks me if we were a cult, I said, yes, we were the cult of cults, because that's what Doe said. I want to admit to that, but I also want to say what else Doe said about that, and that a cult was really a subculture. And we were a subculture because we were living communally. So it's different than the way the culture is in this world. So certain parts of the world still live very, very communally. Kibbutzes are communal, and tribes are communal. If they're all contributing to one another, so that if somebody loses their job, somebody else is taking up the slack because they know that that person means to get a job to contribute to the society and to pay for their own food if they can. But if they can't, then why not have the government do it? Because we don't know why it is that they're having a problem doing that. It could be from addictions. They're spending all their money on addictions. But we all need help. Maybe not in this life. Maybe some people won't need help with food. But that doesn't make them further along than somebody that does need help with food. So that's the good part of the program of the government. The government isn't doing all things bad. No, it's the things that they do when they manipulate you, when they don't give you choices, when they take away your choices, when they censor the truth, what's potentially the truth. Even though when they create false flag events, or even take advantage of somebody running into a school and shooting up a bunch of people, and make that into a way to try to vie for gun control. Okay, then they're doing like what the FBI does. They're like it becomes like a sting operation. But that doesn't mean that it wasn't just a crazy person that was dealing with so much negativity that they planned to, like happened in that school in Littleton, Colorado. That time in the late '90s, was it? Like it was after T&O left. I know that. Columbine, right? And that doesn't mean that that's a false flag operation. But in a sense, you could say that it was stimulated by the lower forces for a number of reasons. Because both forms of government can, at this time especially, really benefit by putting more money into security. And so you've got SWAT teams preparing for like terrorist events like happened in France and Italy in the subway systems. They've got like teams, big teams, with robotic animals. Drones also. And they're doing this on a regular basis with hundreds of contractors. So it appears to be outside the military. Well, I knew contractors were being used galore in all the wars. Well, I mean, Afghanistan. I don't know much about Vietnam War, how much contractors were used. But Afghanistan, big time, and Iraq, huge time, and Syria, big time, and I imagine Libya. And a lot of times they were assigned to protect the dignitaries, the governments that they were propping up in those invasions, in those evil invasions. Can you die in the next level, says Mr. UFO Guy. Your vehicle can be killed, but your soul can only die if you separate from your older member's mind and you go do your own thing. And that's what happened with some of the souls that are called Luciferian space alien fallen angel souls, to where they ended up being given many opportunities to recover from breaking instructions by mating with humans. And because they were only assigned watcher jobs. They weren't supposed to influence the humans. So dropouts that, like me, that ended up having a partner and a child, was not the same thing at all. I don't think. I don't see how it would be, because we didn't have any instructions to watch. That wasn't the task we had. We weren't. Maybe some individual souls that took over the vehicles of the class members did have next level vehicles assigned to them, potentially. I don't know who those would have been. I can make some guesses, but it wouldn't do any good. so I won't. But um, so while they're doing their tasks, if they start interfering, with next level vehicles, next level spacecrafts, with humans on the planet in that same way, then they'd be messing with, Though I think believed in that statement that was on Star Trek of, what was it? The, the directive, the prime directive to not interfere with the people that are living on the planet. So I think that came from Tiendo's mind for those people that were producing that show, some of those shows, maybe many of those shows, because we watched those shows a lot. Not the first generation so much, but the second generation a lot, because that was after T left their vehicle, I believe. It likely wasn't okra. Yeah, I've talked about okra before, right? That was something that I didn't like, and Doug really didn't like it either, I guess. But he felt like he had instructions to add it to the menu, and so I choked it down, and I got to a point to where I wasn't gagging when I would eat it, because the way that he had it cooked, it was about as slimy as it could probably get. It wasn't like breaded and all that, to where it was dehydrated like crazy. And I can eat it like that with no problems. It depends, maybe, it depends on if it's how lightly it's deep fried or whatever, I guess. But I was able to eat it and choke it down. So Doe didn't really care for it either. And yet he was from, his vehicle was from the South. So, I think it was more popular in the South of the United States. Then Mr. UFO guy says, what is Doe doing now in the next level? I don't know. I just don't know. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm not going to say what he might be doing, because that'd be a ridiculous show of foolishness for me to say. Mr. UFO guy says, will Tiendo return in human form again? I don't know. I know there's a plan for future civilization, so that those that haven't overcome that were among the 38, and any now that are saved for a future opportunity can have a chance to become members of the next level, adult members of the next level. Doe said that adultery really meant not becoming an adult in the next level. Okay, Mr. UFO guy says, are there other levels beyond the next level? I don't know. I don't think so. But certainly not, well, I don't think so, because but there's endless growth, and there's different vehicles that people grow into having, and also you can have more than one vehicle. And Doe said that he felt didn't need all of her mind to do the task that she did to get Doe going, to wake him up and get him started before she would go back ahead of him. So she only brought what she needed, and that soul only fed it to the vehicle according to what the students needed to receive. So they only stayed like one step ahead. And so that's why, that's part of the reason why things changed. Because they kept on getting new information, but they never let go of the original idea which they preferred to leave by taking their vehicles with them. Right from the beginning, they knew that was a possibility. So which they demonstrated in their writings in the Heaven's Gate book, so that not just, nobody can, some people can check me on it. Anyway, so the way that you can die in the next level is by going against them repeatedly through different civilizations or through different trimesters of civilizations, to where the individuals that are going through that continuously lose perspective that the next level is real and it's an evolutionary step above human, and that the only way you get there is not by meditation. It's not by any other method except by following the program that's given to us by the older members when they give it, and then following that program the best you can when the older members aren't here. But doing the tasks that you were given as part of following the major offense list and the minor offense list to the degree that we choose to, and there's there's degrees of that like T said that the reason why marriage was introduced and the rules about who to have, not to have sex with or not have intercourse with to produce babies with, that was what was talked about. They didn't talk about different other sex acts in that, but was given so that humans wouldn't be promiscuous, according to T, the way I remember T saying. Because they wanted to bring order to the people's lives, so they were taking control of their vehicles by saying, no vehicle, you're not going to do that. You're not going to have sex with an animal. You're not going to have sex with your daughter or, your son or whatever it is. I shouldn't say sex in that case because that's not what they were talking about. They were talking about, they seem to be talking about, I don't know if everything in the Old Testament is accurate. So that's another problem we have. Tiendo said that it was tampered with. So I'm not sure which things in it were against the law, but then Jesus brought the updates anyway. And so to live by the laws of Moses is like living with being told that you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't kill, okay, and things like that, when actually you need to advance to even turning the other cheek, if which doesn't necessarily mean you let somebody kill you. You try to avoid that like the plague, so that you can use your vehicle to learn lessons through and build your mind. See, it's not just taking control of the vehicle for the vehicle's sake, for the sake of being able to do that. We actually generate more power in our minds by conquering any addictions. And standing up for Tiendo, talking to somebody about Tiendo, is because of the way they're going to see you, is I believe it's another form of something that we can be afraid to do, and it's very difficult to do. So we're building our minds by doing that as well. And we're being of service by all of it. Because they gave it to us as service. Conquering all our human addictions in the major offense list and the lesser offense list is also a task for the next level. Because it means that the graduate is going to actually be helping them do all kinds of tasks for people on earth to help them take their next step up the ladder in the grade level progression towards graduation, recognizing that, I don't like it here anymore. This place, I want to get out of here. Okay, so the way of doing that right now is to stand up for Jwnody, stand in their defense, and to disseminate their information, and to overcome, seek to overcome, put the effort out to overcome their addictions that are on the major offense list and the lesser offense list. Anyway, I know I repeat myself over and over again, but I know I see sometimes the numbers change when they go up on my concurrent viewers. I feel like I want to say some of these things over again. All right, so are there other levels beyond the next level? I already went through that. I don't think so. But I'm not privy to know. Because there's things that Jwnody didn't know. Because the human brains can only handle so much. And they said that they knew the things that they needed to know in order to do their task. And they learned by doing the task. They grew from doing this task. Loyalty. Loyalty. Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. I said it right the first time. Hey, Sawyer, what's Allody? OLL of Allody stand for? It's Oliver, right? Jay Pollock got it right. Oliver, yeah. And Loyalty says, oh, well, yep. Thanks, Mr. Pollock. Jay Pollock says, I always thought colonic irrigations was something celebrities like Madonna did. They probably do. They probably do. But they had me do it like 3 or 4 times, sessions, where you lay on a table and you try to evacuate your vehicle, of solid waste before that. And they put a tube from a machine into your, anus. And it's not that big. It's not that uncomfortable. And then they put like warm water. Sometimes they have a little solution in it, of some sort. I don't remember what they might have put in it. But maybe salt sometimes. I'm not sure exactly. But we did enemas also, which is a form of colonic irrigation. But then there's a tube that is taking it out. And so you get to lay there and you watch all this stuff coming out of your colon, for a while, and it lasts for maybe 20 minutes, maybe, at most. Doesn't hurt. There's no pain to it. It might have helped me a lot. Maybe I would have been in worse shape with vertigo or whatever if I didn't have it done. Danny Clean says, thanks for this info, Sawyer. This is stuff only you can provide. So insightful and interesting to learn about the class members. I thank you. I appreciate that because there are others that had the same experiences, and that can provide a lot of what I'm saying. Pip Odie is around, and Hab Odie, but they haven't been talking publicly that I'm aware of. So if they are, I just haven't told me about it. But I'm in touch with them. But there are others that can verify a lot of things. That's what I like about these new tapes coming out. I mean, I like it for many reasons. I believe it was always intended for them to be available to anybody who wanted to listen to them. So that's always been a contention, of course, and people say that we're fighting about it. But there's some things that are worth fighting for. And anyway, I don't mean fighting in a physical way, or certainly no violence should ever be employed in that, because T and Do are ultimately in charge of what we have available to us. They can, like Jesus talked about that as well, that if there were no servants, that they would raise up stones from these rocks, from the dust of the earth, to be servants to the next level. So they can give people dreams, they can give people, but we can't trust dreams. But they have all kinds of ways of working with us. So that, so I'm lucky that I can still do this task, and I should do it more than I'd probably do it. I don't know if that's the case. I know T and Do don't. I kind of get a feeling about something when I want to do one, So, but I don't want that to be too far apart. Generally, once a week, I try to do something like this. Loyal Lodi says, looking healthy and great, Sawyer. Thank you. I feel pretty good. I feel pretty good. Knock on wood. Knock on my head. I don't know if Joe did that or not. He was kind of corny that way, though. Certainly had corny things to say. Goofy, or some people would call it goofy. Like when he sang Kookaburra to us. When we had a time period where, just like, this happened maybe twice in the classroom when I was in the classroom. And it was after Tia left the vehicle. Not that it's the reason, but there's another indication of how he was less controlling, if you want to use that stupid word controlling, relative to Tia and Do, which I don't believe in, because they weren't controlling. They were teaching us, giving us the tools to control our vehicles. If they were controlling, then they would have forced us to listen to those tapes over and over and over again, every waking moment, so that we'd be, completely filled with that. We wouldn't be able to think anything else. That would be controlling us. But they didn't do that. They rarely actually give us an instruction to re-listen to a meeting tape. But they wanted us to do it. Anyway, I'll keep on moving on, but I'm glad, Jay Pollock says, I'm glad Jwnody is in her next level vehicle now, free from all that suffering. Yes, I'm sure she is very glad also. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Danny Clean says, thanks for this. Oh, I read that one already. Loyal Lordy says, looking healthy and great. Oh, I read that already too. Jeez. Just because someone needs, Rise Above says, just because someone needs help often doesn't make them any less worth helping. Yeah, that sounds like T and Do's mind to me. Rise Above says, what was T and Do's take on the Trinity? I suggest you search the book, which is a free download on the Heaven's Gate website. If you go to the book page, go to the bottom of the book page, and you can download a zip file that opens up to have the Heaven's Gate in text format. And the reason I'm saying that is because the Beyond Human tapes are the transcriptions are part of the Heaven's Gate book. And so if you search for Trinity in there, you're going to find out exactly what Do said on it. Because right now I'm getting pretty darn tired, and I just don't remember what he said about that at this moment. I'm sorry to put you off into another direction, but uh, I wanna try to end this live stream by 3 o'clock. So I'm at the bottom of the questions, and I did want to do something actually, which I might still do. I thought about playing a tape, but this document from Jwnody is so potent. I've gone over it before, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time commenting on it, but I might read it. NPTY, Sawyer. Good evening, Sawyer, says Kathy Southwestern. Good evening to you. Good to see you. And Rise Above. I don't know what NPTY Sawyer means. Mr. UFO Guy says, Carlotti sent me the audio tapes of Doe speaking. I love listening to them. I'd love to have a copy of his meditation tapes. You mean the one I played last time? Because those should be. Oh, maybe you know what? Because of Mark and Sarah taking down the Carlotti's For Shared site, now people can't download those tapes that we had available to us for years and years and years. So I've got to send people those. So send me an email to sawyerhg@yahoo.com and let me know how much space you have and whatever device you're going to download it from. And I'll do I'll send you the packets of the audio tapes that have T talking on them. Because among them are the meditation tapes. I played a little bit of one of the meditation tapes last live stream, and I played another tape in its entirety that I think was related to it also. I mean, it was the same kind of mode that I was talking about it in. And I played enough of that tape, the meditation tape, to where you can get an idea of how to do that meditation. And I really suggest that meditation for anybody with any kind of physical or mental ailment that they're trying to cleanse out of their body. So if you've got a sore throat, I've done this many times. I forgot to, I can't believe I haven't brought this up more often, but I'm going to tell you what that meditation is, and it's meditating on the light from the next level coming in through our head, through the area, top of the head, where the pineal gland is, and as it's going into our head, it's going through all the cells of our body. And you need to feel it and try to envision it going through the cells of your body and healing those cells of any of their toxins or their problems. Now, I've used that, but I certainly could have used it more. To work on aches and pains. And sometimes what happens is, from doing that, we get ideas on things to do or not do. To remove something from our diet that's causing us trouble, in some way. Allergies. Because we can have allergies that produce a nasal drip that can give somebody a sore throat. And so, experimenting with things, because some of our foods have a lot of crap in them. And so it's good to be cleansing, you know, using superfoods as much as possible and things. But using that meditation is also good, and also talking to T and O about it too. Asking them, how can I, what can I do differently to where I can not have to deal with this problem. So that our vehicles can be as healthy as possible. That's what Do was focusing on after T left, because he wanted our vehicles to be as healthy as they could be for as long as T felt that they were to stay. At the same time, he was looking for the clues as to how and when and where to be for exit. He knew why he wanted to exit, so he didn't need to worry about that. I don't know if that's silly or not to say, but he did know. He did want to know how the exit was going to happen, and he didn't want to take a chance on that not being from T's mind. So he explored everything, and he continued to explore everything all the time. But then certain things he eliminated, like when we went public in 1994. By the end of that time period, he said to us in August of 1994, he said that the handwriting's on the wall that the humans aren't going to be taking us out of this world, out of our vehicles, because they so hate that he's saying that he's the second coming with his older member, Father, Heavenly Father. And so that he feels like we may have to take it upon our own hand to leave our vehicles. And that's the first time he brought it up in a public way. I mean, public meaning to the classroom. And there's a poster that says that, and you can see the date on that poster. Says some of that in the Heaven's Gate book, because that was the last poster that we were going to use, which I had sent to me, because we had compact computers that were portable. They were like a big suitcase, and we had printers, little tiny printers that were about this long, probably the width of my hands. And it would print one 8.5 by 11 page at a time. But so T and Do would sometimes, or Jwnody and Jwnody would write the poster, or somebody else that was assigned that at that point, and then they would send it to us through RS-232 connections on the phone lines, because we would get a hotel, and then we would wire. We had a device that. We would actually attach to. We would put duplexes on the. We would take apart the plate on the wall where the phone line was coming in, and put a double on there, so split it into two, so that we could have one go to the phone and one go to the computer. Or if we couldn't do that. Well, sometimes the hotels that we were in had a phone system that wouldn't allow you to receive a file through, or a fax or something like that. Anyway. Let's see. Kathy Southwestern says, I have a sore throat. Can't believe I forgot about the meditation. Yeah, me too. I can't believe I forgot about that. Rise Above says, no problem. Oh, wait. Thank you. Oh, was Jwnody Flexody's daughter, or do I have that wrong? Yes, Jwnody is the soul that was operating the vehicle that Flexody's vehicle birthed. into this human kingdom? It says that was Danny who asked that question. Hey, DJ Taconic. Jay Pollock says she was her daughter, right? But I'm curious why she used the last name Layson along with Roland that Jwnody also had used before, which isn't his actual name either. Well, we always made up names when we didn't have to use our vehicle's last name. Now, Jwnody did work at a craft tasks, and so she would have, because we had the Social Security and we filed our taxes. T&O had a crew do that for everybody in the craft. I didn't have to do my own every year, and but why they use the word Layson? Well, Lahson is level above human sun, or level above human, because I was aware of that name that that we would use in certain circumstances. Now, I don't know when they used it. I didn't use that when I was on the road. I didn't have a last name when I was on the road in 1994 holding public meetings for T&O, for Doe, because T was out of a vehicle then. But so I don't know, except for what it meant. She could have made it up because it reminded her of being. But why would she wear sun, right? You might have a question about that. Well, that's because if somebody does have a question about that, that's because the terminology used in the records depicted members of the next level as I don't know, did they? Well, I don't think they didn't always have pronouns. So, I'm forgetting now whether Hebrew and Aramaic have pronouns. But you get the pronoun from the gender comes with the word. But when Jesus used the word Father, that was actually the word Pater in Greek, which is Abba in the Hebrew, which does refer to the Father. So that's just the way the next level designed this civilization to operate, through the male and female vehicles. But male and female vehicles really are all getting lessons that are necessary to learn in the human kingdom in order to graduate. So, and that we have to overcome any gender consciousness. That doesn't mean that we can't look at somebody with a vehicle that's of a certain gender as having certain characteristics that can be useful for tasks in a way that the other gender individual might not be able to do as well because they didn't get that experience through their genetics, through their ancestors. And so, and like Doe said, that you could even choose to let's say you had a task, like Doe used the example of in that tape that I played in one of these live streams, probably the last live stream audio tape I played of Doe, where he was talking about whether he was going to go public or not. himself by himself as the return of the same soul that was in the vehicle that was called Jesus. And it was thinking about that, and what came up during that conversation in 1987 was Jwnody talked about oh, I almost had it and I lost it again. No, I didn't lose it again. I'm not going to say that because I don't be like programming myself to lose it. When Doe was talking about going public again, oh, there it is again. I can see it, but the words just haven't formed in my head yet. See, that's like an indication of the reverse of that, to where you can see a thought and you don't know what the thought is exactly, but you got the gist of it. And so you block it out and tell it to go away and put up the cue card that's blank and then turn your mind onto something else. So let me think if I can get this from Jwnody, what he brought up. It had something to do with choosing to have a female vehicle, class member, do a certain kind of task so that if they got arrested, they would more likely be treated better. That Jwnody talked about on this tape with Doe. Which, and I thought about that, to where, let's say I was doing a task to where I was, well, I'm not going to bring that up. Anyway, let me just move on to something else, because I don't need to make examples. Well, because the people in the world that might interfere with us, they have gender bias. And I know this for a fact from personal experience. At one time, I was moving to where I was living in Vermont, and I was driving through this little town, and I got pulled over and given a speeding ticket. I wasn't going very much over the speed limit. Maybe I was going 45 in a 35 zone, so it wasn't like a big deal. It was late at night. There was nobody on the road or anything. It was well lit. And it was not bad weather, Anyway, so I got a ticket. And the next day, one of my partner's friends in a female vehicle that I think people would consider to be attractive, which that doesn't mean necessarily that it has to be the case, because attraction, is based on the eye of the beholder. But anyway, so she went through that same town and she was speeding and she was stopped and she wasn't given a ticket. But I was. She was just given a warning. And that small town only had a couple police officers. So it was probably the same one. I saw another example of that one time when I was hitchhiking with Sarah, and on Highway 1, going up from Oregon back to where we lived. We just going over the border from California. We were in southern Oregon on Highway 1, right on the coast there, and we were hitchhiking, and I was standing there with my thumb out, and she was sitting on the side of the road. And a cop pulled over and arrested me and left her there. But I don't know what that was kind of stupid. That was like reverse, like he was trying to punish me or something, or punish her, or I don't know if that was because his vehicle wasn't attracted to her. I don't know what it was, but I imagine if it was two guys sitting there, well, see, legally he probably couldn't book. Maybe that's what it was. He couldn't book somebody else who didn't have their thumb out. But they didn't have cameras in those days, you know. I don't know. Maybe that's not a good example. I guess that's a terrible example. Sorry. All right, I'm going to move down to Cabby Southwestern says, "Hey Jay, good to see you." I guess referring to Jay Pollock. "Hey Kathy, good evening," says Jay Pollock. And Kathy says, big smiling face there. Smiling back at you. "Mr. UFO Guy, Sawyer, I sent you an email about the tapes. Thanks for that." Okay, great. I know there's some individuals that asked me for the tapes before, and some I ended up sending them a link to the Google Drive. I think all. But if you want the tapes from while T was in a vehicle, I haven't. I'm gonna still send them to people. But for the moment, just limiting my sending tapes out to those, and Carloti's providing the other ones. So, and there might be someone else that's providing all the tapes, because there are going to be increasing people doing that. I'm sure of it. Wow, I got no data anymore. Well, it's still ticking. I lost my video resolution thing. That's been coming up for a long time, and I never fix it. All right, folks, I'm about pooped. So I'm thinking about. I'll give a few minutes here for someone if they want to ask another question or two, or make a comment of some sort, or tell me something that you think I might want to know about. And maybe I'll just go get some new water while I wait for that, if you don't mind. Oh no, you know what I didn't do? Darn it, I didn't do this. I wonder if I should take another half an hour and do it. Does anybody want to see the posting of Jwnody's document on this blog? Because you can go to it on the Heaven's Gate website and read it thoroughly. It's called UFO. It's away team from deep space surfaces before arrival. Away team from deep space surfaces before arrival. Yes, says rise above. Okay, I'll go get some water and I'll do that. I'm going to go through it pretty quick though. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what I'm going to do here. Away team document. Mr. UFO guy, okay, I see you've got a yes in there too. So, okay, cool. Let's see, I just got to find this document because I want to post it as well as read it. um, what was that? Oh, I forgot which one it was. Oh gosh. Okay, come on. I can do this. Let's see here. Okay, that's that. And then all I gotta do is get rid of that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Oh, I know what I'll do. Taking. I didn't set up for this right, so I'll have to try to work on the sound of it so that I'm not. Okay, so I'll go over to here and oh, that's pretty bad. Maybe I'll get rid of me for a minute. Oh, maybe I'll put me over here. All right. All right. Let's see if there's anything new in there. If your vehicle needs rest, Sawyer, that's okay. We appreciate all the information from T&W you disseminate for us. I did want to do it. I did really want to do it. That's what motivated me to do a live stream tonight, because I thought this was such a... every time I read it, it's like I new things pop out at me. You know, that's the way it is with all T&W information. Now, what if some might wonder, though, before I read this, if Jwnody's writings are well, the way that T&W taught that that they don't do all the tasks. You know, Doe could have certainly said all these things in one concise way like this, but he gave the writing tasks to the students, and I was there when Doe was giving writing tasks for us to try our hand at writing, because they want us to be able to express things in our own way, in a sense, but by staying in with the intention and even the terminology that our older members give us. And so what we're witnessing with these documents that the students wrote is their minds having received the information and not only just believed it, they knew it, they felt it, it was part of their mind now. So it wasn't like, you know, like memorization or book knowledge. Because by being in the process, it's like anybody else that, you know, you can study how to fix a car, but if you never fix a car, you're not going to know what half the stuff is that they're talking about. It's the same kind of thing. And the same thing is with next level information. That you can read it, but it doesn't mean that you... And then there's degrees in which we understand it. And T&W talked about that as well, that sometimes they got a new piece of information or chunk of information, and they recognized that they only got 50% of what was given to them. And they said that if we get 50% of that, we're doing good. So I just wanted to say that. So Jwnody is a servant of the next level, and what Doe is giving her to do is to express what was going to take place that they might not be around for, giving us all kinds of ideas of how to think about this next stage in the return of the next level to this garden to bring about a harvest. And we're all souls that are potentially still included in the harvest, or we can choose to go in the other direction and be souls that the space aliens will take. And I don't know who those would be. We don't have any judgment of that. But T&W did say that all who came would be going back. I remember that pretty clearly, I think. And so if anybody starts calling former members Luciferians, I think they've they're out of place. I've never said that. I was accused of saying that. But they're confusing me with somebody else maybe, or they're misinterpreting what that other person said as well. Because that happens. We're all capable of making mistakes. So anyway, I'm going to read this. Oh, wait a minute. It doesn't seem to be fully there, is it? Okay, it's fully there. All right. That'll work good enough. I just couldn't see it on my screen because I'm trying to be able to see the chat room at the same time as I'm going to be reading this. Okay. So, away team is in quotes, from deep space surfaces before departure. The following may appear to be fiction, but it is fact. Inhabitants of planet Earth are advised to consider the contents thoroughly before drawing hasty conclusions. Away team from deep space surfaces before departure by Jwnody. Shocking as it may seem, and despite the knowledge that this account may threaten the very core, the fabric of every belief system, held sacred by the general population of this planet, it is our responsibility to get this information out. That's everybody. I'm saying, I'm adding to that comment. That's now. That applies to now too. I'm going to continue. What follows is a sincere effort at describing this writer's personal experiences and understanding of the events as they transpired and of things yet to come. Things yet to come. We've seen here on the surface for this current visit 22 years plus Earth time, approximately 31 and a half minutes by our time. And although I know the completion of our task is imminent, the climax about to begin, the strategy of the opposition at times seems all but impenetrable, almost overwhelming. They have succeeded in programming the human population prior to our arrival to believe that the physical reality of our existence, of our being here, is some kind of fantasy, even to the point of ridicule. Yet here is some kind of start that over again. Yet, ironically, it is the only reality. Our world created this one. Older members from our world created the planet itself and every living creature on it. And they carefully designed and positioned the Earth in such a way to ensure its life-giving, yet cyclical qualities. As far as human life is concerned, it is the only creative garden currently active in this part of the heavens or nearby universe. And for that reason, it has been the repeated and continuous target of space alien life forms who wish to exploit the unique resources provided by this planet, including its inhabitants, for their own intended purposes. Knowing what we were up against, we tried to make our arrival easier for the inhabitants to accept. We suspect that we were participants in deliberately crashing some expendable spacecraft, some with body specimens, genderless, as physical evidence in preparation for our upcoming visitation. The opposition countered with a successful cover-up and disinformation campaign, followed by their own copycat crashes with some mammalian specimens, to deliberately confuse the humans to keep them off balance, frightened and unsuspecting. Metaphorically speaking, in 20th century human vernacular, I am a member of the current away team, deployed from deep space. As a young and extremely fortunate student, I have been working closely with the captain, in quotes, and he in turn with the admiral, in quotes, chief administrator of this civilization since its inception. That's talking about T. On this remarkably complex mission. Our home is in the most distant part of the heavens, in a place you may refer to as the evolutionary level above human. Our time is so completely different from the design implemented here on this creator planet that to us we have visited physically had representatives on the surface about every other day. However, in Earth time, this equates to roughly once every 2,000 years, with a few exceptions. Thus, the major physical visitation prior to this one was approximately 2,000 years ago. Each time after our departure, the opposition human equivalent space aliens have turned the contents of our visits into your religions in order to manipulate the population. They take our words and twist them to their own ends and then attribute them to us. Last time, specifically to my older member. They are quite skilled at it, succeeding in deluding many. Perhaps you might think this is unfair, that our world would permit them to corrupt the human population in this way. But as we further our discussion, you will see that this too was part of the design, to permit a full spectrum of options to be presented, in order for each soul to be provided with unrestricted choices. What do I do with my water? I'm losing my mind. Excuse me. When I said I'm losing my mind, I thought of that movie we saw in the classroom that was Captain Hook or something like that, and or Peter Pan, and he says at one point, "I lost my marbles," and Doug got a kick at maybe T2. I don't remember now when we saw that, but got a kick out of that, losing our marbles, because we're always losing our human marbles. Okay. Continue reading. This planet was created much like a womb for souls in order to create new members, offspring for our higher, more advanced kingdom level. In other words, human is not the top of the evolutionary ladder, although the term evolutionary is not exactly accurate, as you will come to understand. Human is just a stepping stone, or more accurately, a gestation circumstance for members of a more advanced, more refined, but still very physical level of life. You might describe this next level's reproductive, in quotes, process as metamorphic, as opposed to mammalian. In other words, in humans, selected for their desire to move forward, determined by our standards, not by human standards. A chip or deposit of sorts is implanted in that individual, which provides the recipient with a whole new set of advanced programs that we can then tap into if he should choose to do so. That program, however, can't be accessed or tapped into until in a classroom circumstance where that consciousness is renewed in that individual by a teacher representative of that level. At a subconscious level, that deposit has that individual feel that they don't fit in the human world, or that what the human world has to offer is not satisfying. A part of this deposit includes the beginnings of a physical entity that humans refer to as a soul, which is very literally a gift of true life, offering the recipient a way out of the perennial cycle. The soul is a physical container residing within the body that can house living mind or next level information, without which no life can be present. If filled sufficiently with the mind, synonymous with higher level information and knowledge, that new soul will never need to experience death or loss of consciousness, potentially forever. It may be difficult to accept and or comprehend, but only those humans who have been chosen as potential new members of the next kingdom have a soul, a part of our deposit gift. All other humans are plants that contain what we would call a spirit, the informational mind or software of a human plant. Each new soul has the option to draw nourishment, knowledge, and information, or what we call living mind, from present representatives of the kingdom evolutionary level above human, who incarnate on the planet periodically, such as the captain or the admiral. Once the gestation is complete, the new creature sheds its outer shell, or human body, which can happen in several ways, and takes on a new physical body, appropriate to the advanced species. The individual is then accepted as a beginner in a new kingdom level, which has abilities and capacities beyond the scope of human perception. In your history, you have called our home the domain of God, or the kingdom of God. But the heavens have so many so-called gods that there is no accurate description in your religions of the activities, qualities, or placement of our world. Because of the overripe corruption of the present civilization, this is the last scheduled visit before its recycling. It is the end of the age. The human population under space alien thought domination has become irreversibly perverse and rotten. These alien groups attempt to keep the planet and the civilization prepped so that it is not a productive environment for our intended purposes. At this time, they have succeeded in disturbing its usefulness beyond repair. The population has become so thoroughly addicted to sensual pleasures, so dog-eat-dog, so based on greed and the aggressor swallowing up the weaker, that it is in retrograde advancement. The planet itself, however, has served its creator very well, but it desperately needs a breather, a time to recover from the abuse the humans, under the influence of the aliens, have put it through, a time to lie fallow after a thorough spading under. The captains return to Earth this time from the evolutionary level above human, was for the purpose of assisting the chief administrator with the conclusion of this task. His assignment was to incarnate into a 40-year-old male vehicle that had been picked and prepped for him in a rank equivalent to captain, with crew to follow. However, since the opposition had become so strong in their hold on the planet, the admiral, chief administrator, his older member, came with him for the first 12 to 13 years of the current mission as his partner, incarnating into a female vehicle, which was a first for this civilization, ushering in a period on this planet of greater equality between the genders. It doesn't work any longer for members of our species to circulate at the human level in the bodies indigenous to our kingdom, not only because it would frighten the humans, but the gap in circuitry and the ability to communicate would be all but impossible. So our method is to incarnate into, for our soul to take control of, an adult human vehicle, body, that has been tagged, set aside for us, since its beginning. Next level souls, minds, when incarnating into the human kingdom, can function only in a body, vehicle, that has reached its maturity. Don't forget that our older members created all life on this planet, so they have the right to use that life, that plant or container, as they see fit. The chief administrator and the captain assisted each other in pulling or bringing their souls and minds into their respective vehicles' bodies. In other words, they had to attempt to interface between the more advanced circuitry of their highly evolved minds with the primitive and limited capacities of a human plant, specifically the neural network of the brain, computer, and do so without completely overloading its capacities and damaging its various vital functions. This tedious process took approximately 3 years, Earth time. No easy task, I am told. In other words, it took that long to get in enough basic awareness of who they were and what the assignment was to begin their task. The design was such that the mind came in gradual stages so as to not be out of reach to the students they were attempting to assist. The next phase of their current mission was to locate or bring together the developing souls who had begun a gestation with them at prior visitations. Gestation can take more than one lifetime, incarnation, more than one trimester to come to term. At the end of the age, it was now time for some of us to complete our development, our metamorphosis, as viable new creatures, beginners, ready for elementary tasks in the new kingdom. At this time, all souls who have received any degree of next level nourishment from the beginning of this civilization until now are back and will be tested once again. One last time, all must be confronted with whether or not they want to make an all-out effort at being reconciled to the next level, which means trying again. This requires letting go of what they have accepted in defeat and information from the lower alien groups. That is, the programming that these alien groups have instilled in the minds of humans. The space alien races primarily do their influencing from behind the scenes. They target human individuals who seek prominence, who naively become willing mediums, with a technique which might be described as radio wave thought transmissions, bombarding these selected individuals with the specific intent of influencing them into unknowingly promoting the aliens' concepts and misinformation. At the same time, however, the aliens attempt to saturate the atmosphere in general with similar thought transmissions, hoping to influence the behaviors of the population as a whole. They have very nearly perfected the art of purveying misinformation, although they are frequently convinced themselves that their actions are truly beneficial to the development of the naive population, unaware at times of the fallacies in their own thinking. That's really interesting, right? I mean, all this is, of course. But so they're naive of their own, and so you see the governments that are the humans responding with thinking that they need to tell us that we need to be mandatory vaccinations. That's the programming from the lower forces telling us that has to be mandatory. That's an example of how they believe in that. They're not doing that to harm us. They're doing it because they believe in that as the best way of dealing with it, because they don't have next level mind anymore. Because if they had next level mind anymore, they wouldn't make it mandatory. And they wouldn't do that in all the different ways that they do it, with manipulations and, like right now in New York, they're talking about making it so that you can't get unemployment insurance. Maybe it's not New York. I don't remember where it was. If you're not fully vaccinated. They're not saying fully vaccinated. But they were saying that before the COVID pandemic, they had a law in New York City that you had to be fully vaccinated with all the vaccinations on the schedule, or you would be subject to fines and imprisonment. That was literally actually talked about by Bill de Blasio. That's how far gone they are. That's how rotten they are. Regardless of whether vaccinations can be of value, that's beside the point. They don't have to make a mandatory and attach unemployment insurance to it that you pay into, we pay into, and their employers pay into. Now they're making it into another scheme so that they can have that money and have an excuse for doing it, saying as the public health that's at being affected, and you're killing somebody by not being vaccinated. They are so rotten, it's beyond belief. It's almost beyond belief. If we didn't have Jwnody to tell us what the truth was, we'd all be duped. Okay, so I got off the track there. This wasn't in Jwnody's document. I guess you can tell that. Anyway, so where was I? The art of purveying misinformation. Even convince themselves that their actions are truly beneficial to the development of the naive population. Unaware at the times of the fallacies in their own thinking. Then it continues. In colloquial language, they are the most effective conceptual spin masters operating on or off the surface of this globe. If seen in the physical, these human equivalent space aliens can generally be identified as having either mammalian or reptilian reproductive systems. They may be differentiated in this way from the physical characteristics of our species, next-level bodies, are genderless and very pleasant looking, oftentimes somewhat childlike or wisely gentle in their appearance. However, we are also aware of what appears to be a copycat tactic of other space alien races who use genderless robotic or bionic robotic creatures to do their own bidding, which certainly tends to confuse the issue. All these lower space alien races are limited in the lifespan with no capacity for creating new souls. Thus, the only way they can populate their species is to win the allegiance of the souls created by the next level. And herein lies the free will factor. Each individual housing a soul has a neutral element in their identity. That individual is a composite made up of essentially two polarities of mind. There is the mind that resides within the soul pocket, which is the next level mind in both origin and quality. And then there is the human plant mind, plant in quotation marks. And then there is the human plant mind, the mind which resides within the vehicular container, but outside the soul itself. The individual is the choice maker, deciding at every juncture what he permits to enter into his package. And as a result of his choices, he aligns himself accordingly with one side or the other. Our kingdom, our species, does not need new members. Occasionally, however, it does offer the gift of membership, as it is doing now. It is never imposed or aggressively pushed. Those with deposits must pursue the option with every ounce of their effort they can muster in order to become acceptable. The tactics of the space aliens are just the opposite. Aggression and deception are their norm, along with the building up of ego in their servants with praise and prominence. For in their mind, the desired end justifies the means. Not only do the space aliens need new souls to increase their ranks, they need replacement bodies as well. Their bodies are temporal, subject to both death and decay. They come to this planet to literally rape and plunder its creative resources. Their continued existence depends on it. As we said before, a creative garden is specifically designed to have life-giving properties found nowhere else in the nearby heavens. So they come here to acquire the relatively young, viral human DNA, which they use as part of their hybridization process to produce the bodies that they need to inhabit, to extend their own physical lives. Their home worlds, the limited parts of the nearby heavens that they can circulate in, are out of range of these needed creative properties, thus causing genetic deterioration, atrophy, and weakness in their species. We've had reports from space alien abductions and contactees and that their world was dying. See, they're talking about it. Consequently, to ensure their own survival, they resort to all extremes of genetic manipulation, using humans for their raw material as laboratory animals. Wow. Boy, does this address the current time, right? RNA, DNA, genetic manipulation. What do you call it? That splicing mechanism they have? CRISPR. CRISPR. Okay. Consequently, to ensure their own survival, they resort to all extremes of genetic manipulation, using humans for their raw material as laboratory animals, which includes this hybridization, that is, the crossbreeding of human plants bodies that those of their own species, or with those of their own species. Space alien races have learned to take the properties, data banks, and conceptual processing abilities residing in the genetic structure, body, they currently occupy, and incorporate them into the new hybrid body. Therefore, significant programming is put in place and ready to activate as they take over the biologically engineered and individually customized body. The accounts of human abductees tend to verify this activity, as they reportedly describe the extracting of human sperm, eggs, and even fetuses for this purpose. Every space alien was once a student of the next level, or had the potential of becoming a student, their germination being at various levels of development before choosing another direction. That is, those who knew that this was true, but turned away from it. They had a deposit, a soul. Some were so undeveloped at that juncture that they are no longer, or may never have been, consciously cognizant of this association, unaware of their true parentage. Most of them are just products of where they have actually chosen to remain in their own awareness, which is a very compromised position. However, there is a unique characteristic in a deposit with an activated soul in it, regardless of which direction that recipient chooses to pursue. That is, the composite individual is able to circulate and survive in actual physical locations that no other spirits of humans are permitted to go. A deposit with a soul which has been fertilized, in quotes, as a result of some contact with next level mind becomes something that can go outside of certain gates, in quotes, that can survive in certain extensions of the corral, in quotes, and are inaccessible to other humans. Today's space aliens, very simply stated, are technologically advanced remnants of previous civilizations. Some are the souls referred to historically as Lucifer and his followers. Souls who were about to become new members of our kingdom at an earlier time. However, their allegiance turned and they became renegades, creating their own competing powers. In so doing, they challenged the supremacy of the older member assigned to their transition and were subsequently exiled. Their influence in the heavens has since become diverse and prolific. They are permitted to exist essentially as parasites, offering options of misinformation to the young souls. Thus, they fulfill the task of presenting a part of the spectrum in the range of choices as was part of the original design. However, they too are due to be recycled. One interesting tactic initiated by the higher echelons of the space alien Luciferians, was to convince the inhabitants of Earth that any intelligent human knows that the story of Lucifer is just a manipulative legend. Good strategy. It worked, didn't it? The success of their recruitment program, that is, the robbing of souls and the continued ability to extract human genetic material, is the key to their survival. Everything the humans have bought as reality from these aliens is false. A part of their calculated plan of deception and continued enslavement. They have successfully convinced most humans that after death, if they, humans, have led a good life, measured by the morality of the Luciferians, they will awaken in some spiritual heaven and live there in peace and harmony forever. The population to such... Unfortunately, this is both a lie and a myth. They have addicted the population to such a strong degree of sensuality that the naive inhabitants were totally drugged when we came, unable, for the most part, to recognize what might have been their rightful inheritance. They deliberately addicted the humans to prolific procreation, the joys of making babies, to selfishly ensure a strong and varied human genetic pool for their many species to draw from, and the list goes on. And now we approach the end of this particular experiment. It is the time for the next level's third trimester, souls to be born. Some of these souls were taken under the personal tutorship of both my older member and my older member's older member for the first 10 years of our metamorphic transition during this incarnation, at which time the Admiral returned to his rightful station in the heavens. From this point forward, the responsibility of the newborns was transferred to our captain, but continues to be directly monitored and assisted by the chief administrator of this project, the one we earlier referred to as the Admiral. After an additional 10 years of training, we, the students' offspring, were sent out to gather up the rest of our crew. It appears that the entire crew that will assist in the closure has been gathered now for nearly 2 years. When we left the last time, 2 years ago by our time, we as students were all put on ice, metamorphically speaking, in the protection and keeping of the evolutionary level above human. Just prior to our current assignment, we were briefed aboard a spacecraft and then brought to Earth to incarnate into adult human vehicles that would provide us with the final lessons and changes that we needed to make. We recognized our older members by the knowledge that they brought, that the deposit or chip within us has in it a homing device of sorts. But each of us recipients must choose to act on it by our own free will. That is, if we expect to progress. Sorry, I'm so bad at this reading right now, but I'm going to make it through it. The appropriate final step for those about to complete their metamorphosis is the shedding of the shell. The shedding of that portion of the old creature, which is now close to its end. Whatever amount of new creature that is present, if it is acceptable and still working in a forward motion, will be taken into the next level into the next level. Theoretically, some of us will still be too young, undeveloped, and will require further training before we can qualify to receive an issue of a next level uniform, in quotes, biological container, body. It's possible, however, that there are several stratas of next level uniforms that will be issued depending on the degree of development of the mind at the completion of this task. Young minds may be issued less advanced vehicles. The all-important issue is at what point, at what age, or maturity of mind does a soul qualify for a next level vehicle that would be serviceable in that new kingdom. Yes. There are two ways that we can be relieved of our old shell at the completion of this task. One is aboard a spacecraft in a laboratory circumstance as we head for home, and that, of course, is the more desirable. But in addition, the process of the will being taken through a next level metamorphosis requires that the individual, who's literally becoming a new creature, be open to accepting any form of dropping of that shell. The ultimate completion of the test, completion of the metamorphosis, is to arrive at knowing that this primitive shell is nothing but an encumbrance to me. Therefore, it is part of the design for the next level to have the option to choose to engage at the point of our departure, that the shell be dropped by other means if it serves their purposes to do so. Now, this is where it applies, again, more to, Jwnody's been talking about their task. And so what about the individuals that are now growing, right? And this is where this talks about this the most. Not that that doesn't apply. Everything applies that she said, 100%. Because nobody knows who how fast anybody can grow is up to them. Anyway, so continue to read. Every soul that was part of a deposit at any time during this civilization is back to make their choices once again. Some of these may be younger, perhaps second or first trimester souls. Although they may not even have a chance to get to know us before our departure, we do recognize them because they recognize the enemy. You know what's very interesting about that? That's the story of the beast and giving allegiance to the beast, recognizing the enemy. The beast is the poisonous humans, the ones that are rotten. The space aliens that are manipulating humans to be rotten with them. And so, so this is talked about, a lot of this is talked about in the Revelation materials and Jesus materials. In little tiny ways, but can be applied, I believe. That's my opinion on that, because Jwnody didn't teach out of the Bible. Okay, so I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry about it, but I lost the flow here. Recognizing the enemy. Okay, so they see through the lies. This is talking about the people they see through the lies and no longer want to be part of this world. And so it is our task to give them a chance to leave this place by getting this information out. I'm going to repeat that one. This is talking about the souls that were brought back by the next level from first trimester or second trimester growth, meaning the Moses time or the Jesus time, or both, that are back now after they've left, who recognize the enemy because they don't fit in this world. They see all the lies. They, in all the ways that manifest. Even like Doe said, as being like a separatist, which actually she talks about a little bit here. So I'll let her do it because I'll just let her do it. No, I'll say it much better than I do it. Jwnody is an old soul, a more experienced soul than I feel like I was. But anyway, that's beside the point. They see through the lies and no longer want to be part of this world. And so it is our task to give them a chance to leave this place by getting this information out. Leave this place by getting this information out. That seems to be saying what Revelation chapter 6 says about the fifth seal opening, to where people that are delivering the truth to people are going to be losing their vehicles while they're in the process of doing that. That appears to be what she's saying here. That's the method that they're saying, and that's the same method that Jesus used when he told his disciples, go out and tell the truth, and because your master was done in, you're going to be done in if you continue to do it. Now, maybe not to everybody. It's not a given. Like maybe that's not what happened to John when he went onto that island. Maybe he died from natural causes of some sort. But the lower forces are doing us in, even without being like, like the view of, let's say, you giving a meeting to somebody, and there's somebody in the audience that really feels like you're evil, and they have a gun in their pocket, and they go and blow your head, a hole in your head, in your vehicle's head. That's one form of leaving, but they can also other forms of, I guess, But Doe said that he didn't feel that the civilization had sunk so far that they would be torturing anybody. He said that in, I think, the Inverness tape or the Portland tape or the Denver tape or the, which are all 1994 tapes. Inverness tapes, there's plural Inverness. And if anybody wants to look it up, I've had all those have been posted on my blog here. On not my blog, my YouTube channel. Okay, but are also available. They were available on ForShared, but I can send them to people if people want to just see those. If they don't have enough room on their devices for a lot of other stuff, just let me know and I'll put a package together for you. Send a request to SawyerHG@yahoo.com. Okay, let's move on. A chance to leave this place by getting this information out. Often, the symptoms of a deposit from our domain, see, there are symptoms of a deposit. So we can talk about the symptoms of who has a deposit. But they're not saying all the time, they're saying often, right? So often the symptoms of a deposit from our domain can be seen in an individual's lack of motivation or rebellion against the world or a system and what it has to offer. In their futility, many of these individuals turn to the corrupt devices that are most anesthetizing. You will not find them with the so-called mainstream righteous, but more likely with your social dropouts, or even as addicts or criminals, as your so-called sinners. Another manifestation of worldly dissatisfaction can be seen in the current movement of radical separatists, patriot, militia types, who clearly recognize the corrupt condition of today's governments, particularly the dominant governments of the Western world. Particularly. It is for those that we have come again, to give them a way out of this corrupt human kingdom, which was never designed to work or be satisfactory unto itself. Now's the formula. The formula is the same now as it always has been. To begin a metamorphosis, in order to be born into the next world, you must abandon everything of this world, just as the caterpillar about to become a butterfly must do. You must separate and begin to wean yourself of all mammalian ways, ties, and addictions, replacing them with the ways and behavior of a more advanced and refined level of life. You cannot do it by yourself. You must seek to the best of your ability the guidance of a representative who is a member of that kingdom, who has been through the metamorphic process at a previous time, and who has been sent with the specific task of midwifing newborns. Or at the very least, you attempt to connect with an active student of a present representative. This is an extremely rare opportunity as we approach the end of the age. There is a tiny remnant left of a window for catching the eye of the caretakers of this world in order to get saved. Catching the eye of the caretakers of this world. In order to get saved for further planting, the overriding requirement is to recognize that this is true. These are the facts. You must believe that we represent the kingdom that created this planet and all of its inhabitants, and you must be willing to take a stand in defense of that belief and sustain that stand until the end, your departure, regardless of the consequences. That's saying the same thing again. So the differentiation between those that feel to fully try to engage the metamorphic process and those who it goes together, because it's the overriding requirement to be saved is to do the task of disseminating information and standing in defense of that belief that they are from the kingdom that created this planet and all of its inhabitants. So the reason I'm bringing that up is because there's plenty of us that have weaknesses. Okay, now weaknesses doesn't mean that we have to have those weaknesses, but we're not to judge one another on whose weaknesses are overcomable and whose aren't. They're all overcomable, but the lower forces have done a huge job, and it's for our benefit that we have these weaknesses so that we can proceed on trying to overcome them. Okay, and but if we let the fact that we have weaknesses stop us from giving the overriding requirement of disseminating their information and standing in their defense and accepting the consequences of that, then then we're not going to, in other words, you have to have both. You have to do it all. That's the goal. The goal is a big goal. It's a huge goal. And it's a process that takes sometimes multiple trimesters, multiple incarnations, and to accomplish. So, so knowing the formula is very, very important, I believe, and not trying to dilute the formula. Even if we have weaknesses, the people that are disseminating the information, even if they have weaknesses, doesn't mean that they shouldn't be telling other people the formula so that they have a chance to maybe even graduate into significant service or elementary service as the next level member on a spacecraft, where some might not get to that point because it has to do with the degree in which they separate from the world. Now, we're separating from the world by believing in this is a form of separating, because you tell this to somebody and a lot of times the eyes roll up in their heads. And so, and you won't get a job if you tell that to your employer. And because they'll think you're out of your mind, so all kinds of things. People separate from you. They don't want to be around you anymore if you're not of a mind that can relate to this information, because it's challenging. It's threatening to their influences, and the Luciferians hate it because they don't want anybody to hear the truth. Because then they lose those souls. They can steal those souls for now. Although those souls that are stolen can get more chances. Because the next level doesn't give up on people. People give up on the next level. So, okay, I gotta keep on reading. The last paragraph. The climax of this civilization has begun as the hour of its recycling looms near. A war in the literal heavens is underway as the alien races battle for the spoils of this planet. Their campaign is escalating. They are actively engaged in recruiting, experimenting, and mining elements, both mineral and biological, genetic, in their effort toward survival. They know their time is short. The physical evolutionary level above human is about to surface from their undercover, behind-the-scenes involvements, ready to make their counter. There is not and never has been any contest. The only question that remains unanswered is how long the next level will permit the alien forces to present their agenda. How long is long enough for all souls to pledge their allegiance for or against to one side or the other? Every soul must be put to the final test. And as we warned you at the outset, consider your options thoroughly. Hasty judgments are ill-advised. April 8th, 1996. Jwnody wrote that. So it's saying every soul must be put to the test. But all humans don't have souls. All humans are plants. But some human plants were given souls by the next level. So everybody in the world doesn't need to hear about this information, even though everybody in the world is potentially in the same school. but it's a different type of school. It's not a graduation school. Anyway, so I just wanted to add that. I can go back to the chat room, and then I'm going to unwind and go end the live stream. Let's see. So, okay, let's see what's next. Chat room. If your vehicle needs rest, I see. There's nothing new in the chat room. So either there's nobody here because I can't tell that, or you all don't want to watch me keel over by. Well, I'm not going to keel over, but anyway, I'm just joking. But wow, that document is so packed with, that's from Doe's mind, T and Doe's mind, and Jwnody was given the task to, because it's her mind too. That's her mind. That's, she's not reading it. She's not memorizing it. She knows this information. So there's no reason for anybody to think that they can't move ahead. And I believe that there's a lot of evidence that the way of doing that is by using your feeler and asking Team Doe questions. What do you think about doing this in the world, or bringing this to somebody's attention? You're sitting with somebody that you hardly know, and stimulate a conversation. I'm just giving examples. Don't take my examples, and you can have plenty of them. But ask T and Doe, and then see how it feels, and say a few words about something, and see how it feels. And with that frame of mind, when you hear the responses of people, determine whether there's more to say, because they have to be thirsty. They have to want to know, and it's very difficult to want to know when we've been anesthetized by the world, saturated with misinformation. And that includes everything. These vehicles are designed to present us with a challenge, with multiple challenges. All right, so I don't need to be saying more about it, I don't think. Not that I need to say anything more than Jwnody said. I'm not trying to say that. I'm not needed at all. People could go read this in the book. But I want the task. I asked Doe for more service. And he's providing it. And the same for all of us. If we feel like we don't have enough, then ask Doe for more. Not more isn't all these words are kind of hard to really. I keep on qualifying everything over and over again. Qualifications, because so much of the misinformation that has been sown on this planet is competitiveness and jealousies and thinking that we need to be certain about all these things, or we're a weak person or something, or if we're not conquering, the class members had the same battles, and they didn't know that they were necessarily advancing, but it's the effort to try that we can use, we can employ. It's our choice. I have the same choices that everybody else has. And I'm not doing such a good job in some areas, but I'm not going to let that stop me from working. And if not doing a good job is a value to me, then well, I'm just not going to let it stop me from trying to do the best I can with what I've got. Of course, we don't have to judge of ourselves. We may be doing the best we can in Doe's mind. And that goes for everybody. That's a fact. I don't know where I can point to that Doe said it, but if you listen to the tapes and stuff, you'll see it. But eventually, but and in several ways. The lower forces want us to, throw in the towel and browbeat ourselves and things, because they like that. They want negativity. That tape on negativity as a computer virus that Doe made is posted on this YouTube channel. Is really powerful as well, and also the statement, the power of goodness, and also the affirmations of positivity that T and Doe gave us are all good to use against our mental and physical problems. Like one of them was, with strong intent and powerful feeling, this body receives a perfect healing. With strong intent and powerful feeling, this body receives a perfect healing. Like a little mantra, right? We didn't sing it. We didn't do it together. It's something that you use in your own head. I'm not saying that you can't say it out loud. They didn't say whether you could say it out loud or not. So sometimes I would say it out loud, and sometimes I wouldn't. But you can use that, and there's a lot of things like that. In that little, I've got that posted on my SawyerHG.wordpress.com blog. SawyerHG.wordpress.com. Now, where else is that? No, that's not in the Heaven's Gate book, those things. I don't think the power of goodness is in there either. But Rick Cody was given those documents, I believe. The power of goodness document. That's probably where I got it from. I don't remember now. Yeah, I think it was. It was called, on his CD, it was like additional documents in a folder. Wow. Okay. Good night to you all. Good night, DJ Taconic. Anybody else that's still hanging in here?